I'd like to call this council and committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, the roll call.
All members of council are present, your worship.
Thank you. I want to start this meeting by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Mississaugas of the New Credit, and the Anishinaabe people, many of whom continue to occupy this area. There is an addendum this evening, and that is with respect to report PDS 16 for 2020 relative to the Mars Homes application for a zoning bylaw amendment for the South Coast Village. Just a few brief comments, announcements. On Saturday, the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center held its 25th annual Midwinter Powwow. It was very well attended. I want to thank our CAO for being in attendance. Very much welcomed by the Indigenous community, and they had a very packed auditorium, a lot of activities, a lot of dancing, drumming, singing, and a lot of good food as well. Last Tuesday, I was in Buffalo. The Consul General in New York for Canada was in Buffalo for some meetings, and we had an opportunity to discuss the situation in the United States, where the Homeland Security has indicated that it will not renew or accept new applications for the Trusted Traveler Program, which includes Nexus. That, of course, has implications for our border, particularly with respect to people traveling for business or for pleasure. And we're very concerned about that, but he assured me that the federal government is working closely with the U.S. federal government and the state of New York to try to find a solution for that before it has any detrimental implications at our border. This Saturday, the Big Brothers Big Sisters is holding its annual Bowl for Kids' Sake, and Councillor McDermott has been the chief proponent to raise funds for that organization for our council. And I presume you have a team put together for this event? Good. So not only will you be raising lots of money, but you'll be putting up some big scores, I presume. I'm sorry that I won't be there, but that's actually a benefit to your team. I'm sure you'll do both very well. And then finally, I just wanted to make some comments with respect to a recent article that appeared in the one of the local newspapers relative to Gilmore Lodge. And just want to make sure that there's some accurate information out there. Several years ago, the region was faced with the need to either close or replace 3 of its aging long-term care facilities in Niagara: Lynnhaven, Upper Canada Lodge, and Gilmore Lodge. Following a rigorous process, including public consultation and numerous open committee and council meetings, Regional Council decided to consolidate its bed into 2 homes in St. Catharines and Fort Erie. Part of the logic was the understanding that there was a greater need in Fort Erie. It was known that a private provider was planning to build a new facility in Niagara on the lake, adding new provincially allocated beds to that community. And conversely, a private provider who was also redeveloping had requested permission from the provincial government to shift some long-term care beds from Fort Erie to Niagara Falls. Based on the region's decision, with financial contribution from the town, the region acquired the old empty County Fair Mall property. Further public consultation and an open house with respect to the potential development of the entire site, including an expanded Gilmore Lodge, transitional housing, and other complementary facilities, followed. Numerous open meetings at the region dealt with the cost of proceeding with the Lynnhaven and Gilmore Lodge projects, including approval by council of a sizable multi-million-dollar budget for each facility. Throughout, there has been extensive communication between regional, local, and provincial representatives. The process was extremely transparent and open. It has been clear from the outset, several years ago now, that long-term care beds would be reallocated by the region subject to provincial permission. This strategy improves both the quality of care and the cost-effectiveness of our long-term care homes, while it also supports our communities as other long-term care homes are considering similar strategies. The reallocation of beds will result in an expansion of the new Gilmore Lodge in Fort Erie, an anticipated doubling in capacity. For seniors seeking long-term care, for healthcare service providers seeking employment, for those hoping to find alternative housing, for business owners in the vicinity of the new facility, for those who will be constructing the new facility, and for our community, this is good news. The redevelopment of this site will help to revitalize one of the gateways into Fort Erie. At no time have I or the previous and current regional councillors suggested that the province had allocated new long-term care beds specifically to the region, since it has been apparent for some time that the expansion of Gilmore Lodge is the result of a reallocation of beds by the Niagara Region. However, there have been new long-term care beds allocated by the province to Niagara, not to the region, but to the private sector. I just wanted to get that on the record. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. In the public meetings, the South Tributary Drain Engineers Report and Report ISO 9-2020, same thing, South Tributary Drain. The company I formerly worked for, Real Electric, is in the watershed area, and I'm still doing periodic work for Real Electric
And the report number
until they
again?
lock down.
The report number again, Councillor Lubberts?
ISO 9, I think.
Thank you. Any other declarations? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Need to declare on PDS 15-2020 the proposed draft of subdivision combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for Peace Bridge Village Phase 2, as I live in a subdivision developed by Ashton Homes Western Limited that has not yet been transferred to the municipality.
Okay. Any others? Then that takes us to notice of upcoming public meetings on Monday, March the 23rd. There's a public meeting with respect to a rezoning. This is relative to property at the intersection of Netherby Road, Queen Elizabeth Highway, Town Line Road. And the report with respect to that will be available, the information report will be available on our website on Thursday, March 19th, 2020. That takes us then to presentations, Planning and Development Services. So I'll hand the floor over to Councillor Noyes. So I thought we had a consent agenda. We do coming up later on. So why don't we do this? Why don't I do the presentations and delegations, and I'll hand over the chair to you when we get to Planning and Development Services reports. Satisfactory?
Yes, we're doing the public meetings first.
We're going to be doing the presentation by Claire Bazinski and John Zunick with respect to the active transportation planning and advisory services. Yeah. Okay, so that's where we are. Ms. Bazinski and Mr. Zunick. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and members of council. Bear with me, sometimes technology isn't my friend, so we'll just try our best at going slide by slide. If I stall, my apologies. But thank you so much for having us here today. We really appreciate you dedicating the time to hear this presentation on the Active Transportation Master Plan, which has really been a wonderful culmination of efforts by staff, by the FEET committee, members of the public, and other stakeholders who have been involved. So we're so very excited to have this presentation here for you today. I've already messed it up. Excellent. Nope. Not too sure. There we go. Nope. They're flipped. Well, now that you've seen the whole presentation, I guess I don't really need to go through it. But just for Cole's notes, let's start from the beginning. So what will we be talking about this evening? I want to give you a brief, as much as possible, overview of the excellent work that we've been doing over the past year and a half or so to get to this active transportation master plan, the blueprint for walking, cycling, self-propelled modes, and accessible transportation for the town of Fort Erie. We're going to be talking a little bit about the background and foundations of this plan, how we got to these recommendations, the core of the plan, key content, and the proposed active transportation network. We're going to look at our action plan, so what is going to inform some of the key asks that come out of this master planning document, looking at some of the recommendations that come out in the areas of engineering, encouragement and promotion, and then evaluation and monitoring. And then last but not least, the cost associated with it and next steps. So what are we trying to achieve here? When we looked at the very beginning of this project about the overall objectives and the aspirations for a long-term blueprint associated with safe, comfortable, accessible modes of transportation, we wanted to create a future or help create a future that reflected the residents, the visitors, and the people who live, work, and play within the town of Fort Erie. We developed a vision statement and vetted it through the committee and vetted it through public representatives and stakeholders to make sure that we really captured what we wanted to see as the end result of this plan, should the recommendations be implemented and should we see the network be filled out in terms of full development. You'll see in the vision, you'll see in the objectives of the plan, a real intentional look towards trying to accommodate a range of people of all ages and abilities, looking at the foundational elements of a strong functional master plan that gives you the tools to be able to use this as an implementation guide and as a planning policy document. And also something that can help you and your other fellow council members to make decisions going forward, to be the people who decide what that future looks like, along with support from staff and from committee members. And that's what we're identifying through this process. So who is this for? Who is this active transportation for? And when we talk about who it's for, we start by looking at two key things, the users and the uses. And it's not very black and white. In fact, it's quite a gray area. I don't know about you, but I don't walk everywhere every day. I get in my car. Sometimes I like to bike. Sometimes I live in Kitchener and I take our new Ion LRT transit with my 2-year-old. So it really all depends on how we are feeling that day and what we need to do and where we need to go. And so this category of users, pedestrians, cyclists, accessibility users, self-propelled forms of transportation, and uses to get to work, to get to school, to get to where you need to go to visit friends, errands. Even though they're two big considerations, it can be very difficult to create something for everybody. But what our goal is here is to try and develop an active transportation plan that reflects a number of different things for a number of different people and has a network that provides options for people if they want to go out to visit a friend, if they want to get on their bike and go to school, if they want to walk to do an errand. And not just that, but that they can feel safe and comfortable while they're doing that, or integrated in part of a wider transportation network. Apparently I can't get this mouse to work. So what is the purpose and what are the uses of this active transportation plan? Because it's not meant to be the same thing for everybody and the users and uses, but similarly, this document has been developed as a tool for lots of different people. For decision makers like yourselves to be able to decide on an annual basis how to invest your time, how to invest your budget, and how to improve the community for your residents. For town staff to understand how to inform their own work plans and how to inform their own processes internally from a planning, design, infrastructure, consultation and communications perspective. For feet and residents to help be members and active participants within the community, no pun intended, and to be able to allow them to feel an investment in this plan. And lastly, other stakeholders and agencies. We've worked very strongly, as I'll talk about, with Niagara Region, with your surrounding municipalities, with the Ministry of Transportation, with CP and CN, and we want them to be active participants and to be able to see themselves in this plan and see themselves working together with the town going forward. So what have we based this plan on? What have we assumed as we developed this plan? And we used to not include this slide in a lot of our presentations, but we do so now because we all want to be sort of at that same level of understanding as we start to walk through some of the core recommendations. So we just wanted to articulate a couple of these key assumptions that we took into consideration as we went through and we developed the Active Transportation Master Plan. So first and foremost, we understand that the town of Fort Erie has both rural areas and urban areas, but your greatest potential to increase the number of trips by foot, on bike, through active or self-propelled modes is probably going to be within your built-up areas. So we really did focus on the built-up areas and the communities within the town. That said, we have intentionally identified connecting links and corridors that link your communities and provide strategic connections within the rural areas that are very intentional and direct so that people can get to and from those major nodes or to the surrounding areas. That also goes with linking key destinations. We wanted to make sure that we were taking people to the places they need to be, the places where they want to go, instead of having a route that takes you nowhere and has no purpose whatsoever. We had a number of conversations with the region, and through that, we became fully aware that that was part of their planning process, and their active transportation routes have been vetted through their transportation master plan and through their planning processes. And so we want to work together with them to support and reinforce as much as possible their network, but maybe provide some local context and some local suggestions that could improve and enhance what they've already set forth in their transportation master plan. We want to provide opportunities for everyone, and that's a really ambitious goal. And like I said before, we can't do everything for everyone, but we can provide options and opportunities for a range of uses and a range of different users, and be able to identify those connections and corridors to link up where strategically possible. We want to improve within the constraints. It's not my intent in any point in time to provide suggestions that aren't considered feasible or realistic. We want to provide recommendations, and we aim to provide recommendations that fit within your corridors, that fit within your roadways, that fit within your roadway street pattern. So what does that mean? Where possible, we have avoided widenings of streetways in order to accommodate active transportation in as many places as we could. So really trying to find the most viable and feasible locations where safe, comfortable, and connected facilities can be put. Prioritizing pedestrians. We talk a lot about Vision Zero and first and last mile, as well as safety and comfort, and knowing that our trips start and end with walking, no matter how short the distance is. So no matter how short that distance, we want to be able to try and identify those really intentional connections and those really important links that help prioritize the pedestrian environment and improve walkability. And last but not least, you have an exceptionally wonderful opportunity right in your backyard where there are potential trail corridors that could be seen in the future through previously existing rail links. And we really wanted to be able to think about those strategically and lay the foundation for identifying those as an enhancement to your already wonderfully existing trails network that you have right now. But that was our assumption, and that was what we came into it based on conversations with FEET and based on conversations with staff. But it's really about your community, and it's really about the people who live, work, and play here. And we identified as much as possible opportunities where we could speak with members of the public, speak with stakeholders, and get their input to the process and get their input into the recommendations so they felt like they were reflected in this plan and felt like their thoughts and their ideas were being considered throughout our process. We were very pleased to have a range of different consultation opportunities, meeting people at events in the community, doing things online, having public open houses, stakeholder working sessions, one-on-one meetings. We were really pleased with the amount of conversation that we had throughout the process and used that throughout the development of the network and the recommendations and the plan itself to develop something that we feel very strongly reflects what people are looking for in terms of being active within the community or aiming to be more active within their community. Our plan is a culmination of 2 technical memos in one final draft report. So what does that mean? I just wanted to highlight that because we have some really great resources and documents that support the active transportation master plan, which provide a lot of the rationale and foundation behind why we're recommending what we're recommending within the plan itself. They're appended to your report. They're a long read, but a good read, and they really provide that foundation behind the different recommendations that we're making. The recommendations that include strategies, proposed programs and initiatives, policies, ways to see long-term change as part of your other strategic planning documents and policy documents, processes to help make sure that active transportation feeds in to day-to-day work and feeds into what staff do, resources to help support you and guide you in the next steps that you have, as well as tools which will do the same, which will allow you to be able to implement and update and use this as an actual blueprint going forward. So what are we proposing? The big item, we're building on what you already have, and we're not reinventing the wheel. We're using your strong existing network, primarily made up of trails, some paved shoulders, and sidewalks, and building upon that, pardon me, to create a network that has a range of different types of facilities with the idea of creating a connected and continuous system for cyclists, pedestrians, multiple users, other self-propelled forms of transportation. So we're looking to see in the long term an increase of about 280 kilometers of proposed facilities within the town of Fort Erie. And those, again, as I said, have a pretty equal breakup between the different types of users. I'm pleased to say that we have probably the greatest amount of pedestrian facilities that we're recommending in the form of sidewalks, followed by cycling facilities, and then within the multi-use category for a range of different types of users. I can honestly say I've never seen such an equal breakdown in a master plan. This has been a really intentional effort to see a wide range of facility types for all different types of users and uses. So the action plan. An action plan for an active transportation master plan, as identified by Share the Road and other co-organizations that we work with quite strongly, is successful when you touch on 5 E's. And these 5 E's are what create a very well-rounded and strong and implementable active transportation master plan. We make sure that we identify recommendations and strategies that touch on each of these E's to allow for yourselves and your staff and your colleagues to have the tools to be able to further the implementation. In engineering, that's where you see the network and you see the infrastructure recommendations. In encouragement, we see the action plan and promotion and outreach, the same as education. And enforcement and evaluation give you the long-term tools to be able to understand how things are changing and how the community is being benefited by this plan. So that big number of 282 kilometers is not something that we're proposing to happen in the next 5 years. That would be ludicrous. I would be laughed out of here, I'm quite sure. So we have intentionally provided you with a suggested phasing strategy. And I emphasize suggested because this is really up to you to decide when and how and what will be the most appropriate. But we've put our thinking caps on and identified strategic corridors and recommendations within the short, medium, and long term that identify some of the priorities in the short term that we heard from the community that were important, as well as strategic corridors that give you that connectivity that you're looking for in that immediate 5 years. The medium term are more of the localized, but within the surrounding areas, community linkages, as well as access to major communities, some of the trail enhancements. And then long term are more of your significant north, south, east, west corridors that will require some additional investigation and study before you end up seeing those constructed or moving forward. But like I said, again, this is a suggestion based on what we have identified as part of our network, and very much part of the ongoing conversation that yourselves and your colleagues will have on what needs to happen next. I would be remiss to mention that we didn't include a bit more of a detailed investigation into pedestrian improvements, specifically for youth, and specifically within the school catchment areas for the youth that aren't able to receive busing to and from school. We looked at those zone buffers around the elementary schools and secondary schools within the town, focusing on those within the urban area for the most part. And we identified and assessed what the need for sidewalk improvements were within those areas based on access to other modes of transportation, major and somewhat high-intensity roadway corridors, existing sidewalk links, and a couple of other indicators. And we have an initial suggestion on how you may wish to start strategically improving sidewalks within those certain walk areas. And while these are our initial suggestions, we also have a comprehensive breakdown of the different sidewalk linkages which could be reviewed and considered on a case-by-case basis, and providing direction from council on that. In terms of how we're actually going to get it done, we have a number of promotion and outreach initiatives for engagement and encouragement, and we wanted to give some rigor behind that to allow you to make the decision on how the active transportation topic will be addressed and encouraged within the community. And we have those suggestions in the active transportation plan. We also have 2 approaches for how you may wish to decide how to pursue those initiatives and how you may wish to implement them. This is anything ranging from group rides to local bike valets to events and online promotion, something that will not only enhance awareness but also increase the amount of interest and involvement within the community. And it really would be up to you and others to decide how best to see these initiatives going forward, and where you'll wish to see those next steps happening. And I'd mentioned in the last couple, the previous slides, that the evaluation and encouragement and enforcement, are very critical. And so as we start to implement the network, I don't mean to put more numbers up, but it's very important for us to start thinking about how we're going to maintain this and how we're going to make sure that people can use it, even when there's maybe some leaves on the ground or snow on the ground, and what that means for you as a town. And so when we look at maintenance, we have within the active transportation plan some suggestions on how best to address maintenance as you start to build out the network. We've based that on minimum maintenance practices, on what others are doing, and have that long-term consideration for you as the network gets built out, so that you have a bit more of a fulsome look of what that cost implication may be, but also what may be needed from an upkeep perspective. And from an evaluation perspective, making sure that you know how things are functioning and if there needs to be changes or improvements is also quite critical. So we've provided some suggestions on how you may wish to evaluate the master plan after it's implemented, and try and identify how the changes are being made within the community. Getting to the last but not least, what is this going to cost? Like I said, we have very intentionally tried to identify cost and balance cost with the improvements that are being made. The investments are for sidewalks, for bike lanes, for cycle tracks, for multi-use trails, for facilities that are going to give people the comfort and safety within your community to actually get on foot, get on their bikes, and get to where they need to go. We acknowledge that this does require investment, but through that phasing plan that we talked about before, we've tried to think about how to roll that out on an incremental basis, which could be maybe a bit more palatable for yourselves and for members of the public. That said, it also would require some staff involvement as well. So whether or not that's with an additional full-time or part-time staff person, we are making that suggestion for consideration around that to support next steps. But ultimately, this is your decision and this is the community's decision. And this is a blueprint. This is a guide for implementation. These are suggestions that are being made that are founded strongly on the community needs and preferences, on what we know to be best practices and research from other comparable areas, while also being tailored to the town specifically. And we really think that this is a strong look at what could help change and enhance active travel within the town of Fort Erie and help you to try and achieve those strategic objectives that you want to see happen within your community: tourism, economic growth, safety, comfort, development, and just overall healthy communities and healthy lifestyles that people can enjoy and be part of. So thank you very much. I think I might have taken a little bit more time of yours than I intended to. I really appreciate it, and we'd be happy to take any questions that you may have about the plan or the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bazinski. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes and Councillor Zanko.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Looks like it's been a long year and a half of hard work. I congratulate you and the members of the committee. Are there any roads that you would not recommend? Like the characteristics of a road that you would not recommend for pedestrians or for bicycle traffic? Like what would the characteristics of that road be?
Thank you very much for that question, and through you, your worship. Anything that is not on the plan would be a road that I wouldn't recommend something on. The process that we went through to identify the connections and the corridors that make up the network starts with thinking of everything in the town as a potential connecting point, and then using criteria and best practices from provincially accepted design guidelines and standards to tear away and to remove those corridors that would not be considered good candidates because of their current conditions, or because of the high volumes of traffic and speeds, or because of the connecting points that don't meet the assumptions that we set out earlier in the presentation. Are there some where there will need to be some investigation to make sure and to confirm that the facility type is the right facility for that particular corridor? Yes, but I would say that for any route. There should always be this is a master plan level, there should always be a vetting process later. But I can strongly say that anything on that network is on there because we've gone through a process with staff, with the public, with stakeholders to make sure that that was a viable option.
Councillor Noyes. Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Claire. Thank you so much. You've done a wonderful job. The committee has done amazing work over the past several years, I'm understanding. I love the community engagement that you and your team really did provide. One question, and this came up when we met, we had the opportunity to see your presentation, and it just kind of popped into my mind now on slide 14. There's cold plastic stencils and there's painted stencils, and just out of curiosity, what is the difference?
So mostly, through you, Mr. Chair, Your Worship, those are mostly to do with technologies associated with the durability of the stencils. And so in one case, it's more of the traditional painted line markings, whereas the other, it's a bit more durable, lasts a bit longer. So you see a price difference in the stencils because of the life cycle costs associated with it. We have seen their application in many different cases. And there is some benefit, obviously, to the longer, more durable, but it is a larger upfront cost. And if you are already going through a repainting program, or you're already looking to build that into a program you already have, the standard painted line markings would absolutely be sufficient for what you're looking for. Or if it's a pilot project, that you wanted to test out, the the more baseline option is always a good option for that.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other councillors? Thank you very much, Ms. Bazinski, for your report. A lot of reading, a lot of material to digest. Obviously, the result of a lot of consultation, and I know that there are some speakers after you. I had a question, though, with respect to a part of the report that we received that identified infilling linkages with respect to the walking webs for schools. And you identified 3 schools that should be targeted for the immediate and the others for a bit medium term. What was the criteria that you would have utilized in order to establish that ranking?
Great, thank you very much for the question. The criteria was mostly based on the available information that we had regarding transportation conditions within that 400 meter and 800 meter walking area of the schools. Pardon me. One of them was the location and proximity to major arterial or collector roads, which are typically considered major barriers for schools that would impede walkability. Access to transit for more of the higher level schools. Access to existing walking infrastructure within those areas. How many kilometers of existing sidewalks, as well as some other transportation conditions that are detailed in the report. I would say that that list is then, we took those initial criteria and then we looked at input from the public, we looked at input from stakeholders and did another sort of layer of subjective assessment. So that's an initial take on our recommendations, because sidewalks do tend to be one of the more pricey pieces of infrastructure when it comes to active transportation. So that cutoff point at 3 was to try and provide an initial recommendation of what may be feasible considering budget. That said, everything within the missing links layer, if you will, or within the missing links database that we have and will be providing to the town is absolutely available and would be part of that annual discussion around what needs to be implemented, similar to the other proposed routes. We've given our first thoughts and takes based on staff input, stakeholder, I don't need to go over it again, on initial recommendations, but it is absolutely up to you to decide if there's something that maybe comes up earlier. That's the beauty of a master plan. It's a blueprint, but it's not set in stone. It's not a prescription for what you have to do from a budget perspective.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, thank you. So we'll go to the next delegate, Richard Paderak. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. First off, I would like to thank Council for their forward thinking in establishing FEET. I think it's been a benefit to the community, and we certainly feel that we've added value to the study, which we thank you for funding, and we see the culmination of this evening. I think that when we signed up for this delegation, I hadn't read the staff report. Staff report covers in encyclopedic fashion all the good stuff that's in this report and what it accomplishes for the town. And I think that is quite a lot of good things. When we started out a few years ago, provincial policy paper didn't have active transportation in it. It now does. So much has happened in the last few years that has brought this to the forefront of municipalities and municipal thinking. And I think by Council giving serious consideration to the adoption of this, you'll be joining an elite group of communities, large and small, who have taken their forward thinking and put it into tangible and actable planning. So I don't have a long presentation. I just wanted to thank you, and I wanted to also thank Council for providing us with an excellent staff person to guide us through our work. We would be lost without Mr. Miller. So I thank you very much.
He's very compelling, very thorough. Presumably
Dedicated.
Embarrassed right now, but and he has a way of persuading us to spend money.
Well, sometimes that can be very good, because I think in the long run, we'll be very happy. And the other thing, I would add one other thing. If I were a wealthy industrial or commercial owner looking for a place to conduct business in the future, it's communities that have adopted plans like this and do forward-thinking planning is where I would want to go, because quite frankly, progressive businesses are looking for communities that are going to take care of their employees and their employees' families, and nothing but good things can come out of a plan like this, and it would be encouraging to those businesses. So thank you.
Mr. Patrick. Before you go, any members of council have any questions?
I hope
Very
not.
much, sir. You're saved. That takes us to Dennis Hernandez Galeano. Good evening.
Hello, sir.
I think that, there you go. You've been here before.
It's been a while, but I remember. Okay. Hello, everybody. It's been a while since I've seen you all, so y'all look great. Thank you for having us here. I'm pretty much here on behalf, although I do pertain to the feet, but I was asked to talk on behalf of the Accessibility Committee. As a member of both committees, we do tend to cross when it comes to certain projects. And having sat on the Accessibility Committee longer than I have on the feet, the one thing we have always touched upon slightly has always been active transportation, mainly in pertaining to sidewalks. As our presenter here, touched based on, I guess I'm gonna kind of beat it in like a dead horse, but it's the way I look at it. Sidewalks are like the artery of the town, and it's the way that most people, whether disabled or abled, get around this town. I know a lot of people associate accessibility with persons with disability. I kind of associate it with everybody, whether you're able or disabled. If you can't access anything, you're not going to get to it. It's not accessible. So sidewalks are a big thing. It has been brought up in the multi-year plan for accessibility numerous times, and it has been part of that plan from the very beginning. And then again, it is brought up as one of the main things in this plan as well. So from an accessibility standpoint, it's a very important aspect apart from the whole plan that's put together. So I would like for you to adopt this, not only from an active transportation standpoint, but from an accessibility standpoint. It benefits everybody. Be able to get around this town without having to get into your vehicle, and access our new and improved transit system that we have. I recently took a ride on one of the buses, and came across in a situation where I had to go from one side of the road to the opposite side of the road, and the sidewalk at that intersection finished at a certain point. So therefore, from the end of that sidewalk to where the bus stop was with the shelter, there was no sidewalk. So I'm pretty much on the road at that point. And being that there wasn't a lot of snow, I was kind of fortunate to get there easily. And being that there was a recessed portion of that platform that I was able to get into the shelter, made it easier. But it could be scary if there's a lot of traffic and you're stuck during the time of the day where cars are using that portion of the road, and you kind of have to double think, do I want to make my way over there or not? So I mean, considering this plan will, at the long run, and I know that everything's with budget and it's going to be a big investment, but I think that once we invest into something that critical, I mean, our community is growing, and it's something that we can kind of start implementing now, and with all the buildings going around, implement policies and bylaws so that new builders come in, we don't have to do it, make sure that they do it so that it implements it and ties into the existing system. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hernandez Galeano. Are there any questions about members of council? Thank you very much. Articulate and concise as usual.
Thank you.
Thank you. That then takes us to public meetings, and we have a few this evening. So the first two deal with municipal drain matters, and those public meetings will be conducted in this fashion. A representative of staff or the drainage superintendent will address council, provide some background information to us, and then we will entertain any individuals who wish to speak to council about the report that is being submitted. So the first municipal drain is with respect to the South Tributary Drain Engineers Report. And I see Mr. Maiden here, and I see Mr. Morris here. So gentlemen, you're on.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, general public. We're here to have a meeting to consider for municipal drains. These meetings will be exactly the same for both municipal drains. I have a very brief presentation in regards to what goes on in these. First, for the introduction, the appointment of the engineer is K. Smart & Associates Limited, and his name is Mr. Neil Morris. These municipal drain reports are being done under Section 4 of the Drainage Act. The primary purpose of this report is to create a new municipal drain and to provide for improvements and repairs on the drain. The secondary purpose is to define the limits of drains watershed and to prepare schedules of assessments for future maintenance. The purpose of this meeting. This is to give the landowners inside the watershed and council the opportunity to ask questions in regards to technical design issues only, as assessments will be addressed at the Court of Revision. At the meeting to consider, council has three options. Continue with the process in accordance with the Drainage Act and set a date for the Court of Revision. Refer the engineer's report back to the engineer for further investigation. If the town is in the opinion that the engineer did not complete the investigations in accordance to the Act or has not considered all alternatives, or decide not to proceed with the report or the drainage work. At this point, the town could be held accountable for all costs and liabilities related not to proceeding. Where do we go from here? Council considers the report, and if the report is to proceed, council sets the sitting of the Court of Revision, which shall hear appeals and assessments. Note other appeals are possible to the Drainage Tribunal or to the Drainage Referee. However, these are technical or procedural. If there are no appeals after the Court of Revision, construction could commence within 10 days after the Court of Revision date. And that's about all I have to say in regards to this matter. Mr. Neil Morris would like to give a brief presentation in regards to the technicalities of the engineer's report and answer any questions in regards to design, etc.
Thank you, Mr. Maiden.
Yep, you're down. Go down the bottom there. And so true.
Your Worship, honored councillors, I'm pleased to present the drain for the South Tributary. The South Tributary drain, we were appointed in 2010. This was a petition drain, so it is a drain where a number of the landowners requested drainage works for this drain to be improved. We did a number of environmental consultations on this one. This was fairly extensive. The very downstream section of it, we had a number of species at risks that we had to deal with from significant culvert replacement. We've had a number of public meetings for this project, and at this point we felt we've dealt with the problems at the very upstream end, which were some erosion issues, as well as some downstream, the downstream issue with a culvert that was close to failure at that point. So this is approximate map of the watershed. The green line, sort of circling the entire on the plan, is the approximate watershed. And the way the Drainage Act works is everyone within this area would have got a notice of this meeting and potentially has an assessment as part of this drain. I started at the lower section of this one, so the very bottom end of it was where the culvert was replaced. They were failing at that point. Every winter, every spring actually, the creek would overtop the culverts. They were also rusted out on the underside, and the landowner had, it was for a horse operation, and would cross it with supply vehicles, and it was not a safe crossing at that point for those purposes. Upstream of that point, we're not planning to do any work. It's mostly just incorporating what's there. It's more for debris removal and to allow, well, even on Garrison Road, the water level currently isn't very high from the road, but this will allow the municipality to get in there in the future if there was beaver dams or something like that to clean out debris to allow the water to go to continue on through this system. The intent wasn't to create a new system in this one. It was just to alleviate any areas where there were distinct flooding issues that had come about. On Reach 5, in this area too, there was some flooding that was backing up on Gorham Road, and in this area, we're planning to do basically debris removal and clean out a section of the ditch in that area. Fairly routine work, as well as in Reach 3 as well. The very upper end of it, Reach 1 and Reach 9, there we're realigning the ditch in some areas and moving it over and digging a new ditch along the property line. There were a number of erosion issues in this area, and this is where the primary petitioner was, and dealing with their concerns. They had a number of areas where ditch water spilled over from the ditch and onto private property, and we've created a section there where it's maintained on the road right-of-way, and then outlets at a section lower, so it doesn't have multiple entrances into this person's field. So that were some of the basic things that happened with this project. So the total length of the drain is, it's about 7 kilometers of drain, so it's a fairly large drain. And the watershed is approximately 1,100 hectares. The total cost of the project is approximately $400,000. Of that, about 150 is new construction. The total assessment to the roads, which is the municipality at this point, is about 60,000, and then we have the region at about 30,000, and MTO at about $3,000. And then the remainder of the assessments is what's assessed to the watershed in total. Like Dave said, the purpose of this meeting is for the petitioner or other people to add or withdraw their name from the petition, to allow landowners to come up with technical issues, and if council also has technical issues for the engineer at this point. It's not to deal with assessments. That will be dealt with at a further meeting at the Court of Revision. And as my predecessor said, the actions that council can do right now, you can refer the report back to the engineer if there's changes, or give it first and second reading. The third option is council can quash the bylaw or quash the drain at this point, and they would pay for all the engineering costs to date at this point. But if the petitioner still wants it to proceed, they can appeal that decision to the tribunal and still potentially move it forward. So, and thank you. And any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Morris. Any members of council have any questions about the process? So in the past, Mr. Morris, you've been good enough to stand by in the event any individual has a question, and then it may not be the best way to manage this, but question is asked, and if you can respond to it, it's helpful to get it out of the way, I think.
Yes.
Rather than have you sit down, make some notes as to the questions, then get back up. So why don't we try that? I'll ask you then just to step to the side for the moment, and if there's anyone who wishes to address council with respect to the South Tributary drain, this is your opportunity to come forward and ask any questions or raise any concerns that you might have. Yes, please come forward, sir. We will need your full name and address for the record.
My name's Ed Dykstra, and my address is 172 Cherry Hill North.
Go ahead.
So I'm in Reach 9, and the drain is on the property line. And my question is, we're going to move it off the property line. Is that how we're going to do it now? Because originally we're going to run down, straight down the property line to Michener Road. And now we've changed that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Morris, maybe you could explain to us then what's been happening.
Okay. So if you can see where this mouse is.
Yeah.
So there'll be a section right along here. We're going along Michener Road,
Yeah.
and then where the existing main, there's some culverts outlet.
Yeah.
And then we will go where the existing water outflows onto the property right along here. We're going to straighten it.
Will you follow the contour of the ground?
No, we're going from approximately the contour of the ground, but we're going to straighten it out because right now it bends a little bit back and forth, and we're going to make a straight line through there. And
so
then,
if you don't follow the contour, you're going to have a ditch that's like 8 feet deep. So if you follow the swale, kind of straighten it.
yeah, that's what the intent is, and the spoil is to be placed where the old
Drains.
low area is to fill it in. So that's what we're planning to do in that area. And then it comes out, and I think most of this one has been dug.
I dug that.
You dug at one point, so
yeah,
we'll be
that's been
essentially incorporating that work.
Okay. So my next question is the culvert on the walking trail, on the Friendship Trail.
Yes.
Is that sized right for the amount of water that's going to come through there?
Yes, at this point it is. The railway lines are typically sized for, because it was an old railway line, they're sized for usually a quite significantly larger storm than we normally size for a pedestrian crossing like this. So typically it would be a 5 to 10 year storm, and this is much greater than that.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that water will not necessarily back up on your property for a small time period.
Which I understand that, right?
It will eventually drain down.
Okay. Now, on the corner, on Cherry Hill and Michener, are we replacing the culvert?
If I recall correctly, and that would be.
Because it's constantly flowing over the road in any major rain event. We get an inch of rain and it floods.
Let me just check. Yes, actually, that culvert will be, the drain will go to the upstream side or the west side of Cherry Hill Road, so that culvert will be part of the drain.
Okay. All right.
Anything further, Mr. Dykstra?
No, that'll do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council with respect to the South Tributary drain?
Your Worship and Council, if I may make a comment in regards to Mr. Dykstra's issue there. We have had consultation with Mr. Dykstra. We have decided that we were going to move the drain a little bit, other than shown as on the engineer's report that is current. We were going to put a slight bend in the drain across his property, along with removing the low-level crossing as per Mr. Dykstra's instructions, and with the surveyor out on field, he was happy with the new location.
But just so that I'm clear, is that consistent with what Mr. Morris has just told us and Mr. Dykstra?
Mr. Morris was aware of it, and that it's just a minor change, so there's just a realignment. It's kind of a as-constructed realignment, but it will be shown on the plan.
And during that work, or prior to the commencement of that work, will there be further consultation with Mr. Dykstra?
That is
So that
correct.
he's clear?
Yes.
Okay.
We have had the surveyor and myself out in the field with Mr. Dykstra and got the approximate location of where he wanted it.
Okay. Do any members of council have any questions with respect to this? And there's no one else that wishes to address council on this? Then I'll declare this public meeting closed, and we'll go to the next municipal drain meeting, and that's with respect to the Stevensville Road Drain Engineers Report. We'll use the same process, although I don't know, Mr. Maiden, do you need to provide any background? You gave us background with respect to both reports. That's adequate?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Morris, then I'll ask you to proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship and honored councillors. So the Stevensville road drain, this one started some time ago, 2009. This one's been a little more complicated. We've had a railway crossing here, and the railway was difficult to get responses back to. And that's one of the reasons why this one took a little bit longer. Last year, I think we finally got confirmation, and they met us out on site to deal with their concerns, and so we could move forward with this project. This drain was petitioned by the region, so it deals with an outlet for the regional road, and the primary purpose of it was because the regional road ditch outletted onto private property fairly close to a residential property with a cinder block foundation, and that owner had told us that there was seepage, a little more than seepage, of the region water in his basement at that, and in their basement at that point. So that was the primary purpose of this drain. It follows what the intent of it is at the very upstream end. We have a small area in here where we would be enclosing an existing, the swale basically across to prevent the water to run beside the foundation of the house, and then it goes into an open ditch. And we've planned to clean out essentially the open ditch down to the railway crossing, which after further investigation found that it was in very poor shape, partially collapsed in some areas. And through long negotiations, we've decided to go with them on replace the existing crossing with an open. They're going to open cut it and put new pipes in at that point. Downstream of that area, we have fairly good grade, so the main objective there is just to clean out the existing ditch that's there, to debris removal, and to get to a sufficient outlet in this case, which is Black Creek, which is already a named municipal drain at this point. The majority, it's not a very long drain. This is about half a kilometer long, and not a very big watershed either. About 70 hectares of land, about $200,000. The total cost of the project, about $116,000 is the cost for construction. Most of that cost is to the railway. And the reason why they have to pay so much of a cost is it's under a special assessment. So If there's an increased cost due to a utility for a municipal drain, that utility pays for it. So it's not the whole watershed that has to deal with all the increased costs and the cost that we had to deal with the railway. The railway is paying for that. It's not the watershed in general. If we had to do a directional bore or any of those costs, it would all be assessed to the railway, not everyone in the watershed. Of that, about $20,000 is assessed to the region, and the remainder of the cost is assessed, about $90,000 assessed to the watershed. And again, the same characteristics. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Morris. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor. To Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Stevensville Road is going to be redone. And there's going to be storm sewers, I would imagine, and everything else put in there. Why was the water not directed towards that? Because the creek is just, like not that far from it.
This is the historic route at this case. So this water took this route. I've looked at the 1930s aerial photographs, and this water course was there at that point. I did look at the initial stages of going down the down the regional road, and I'm obligated under the Drainage Act to find the most cost-effective solution at that point. And typically that is the historic drainage route. And in this case, to put in approximately 750 millimeter diameter pipe down Stevensville Road for approximately, let's say, 500 meters is much more expensive than it is to clean out the existing ditch that has always naturally gone that way.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you for that explanation. In regard to like long-term maintenance, though, like once it's in a storm sewer, you're not going to get the weeds and the debris and the muck that happens on the ditches, which you would have to then clean periodically, et cetera, to maintain that drain. What would the cost, just a guesstimate, I'm crystal ball gazing, if you did put it to like you did have a storm sewer, going to the storm sewer at the front of the road and then going right into the creek? Like, I mean, they're pretty close.
For the future maintenance costs, in this case, there's a fairly good grade on this ditch already. So I wouldn't foresee there actually being a lot of ongoing maintenance, maybe brushing once every 5 years. And as for a clean out, because of the extensive grade that happens in this location, I wouldn't see there actually needing a lot of work. I think the most of the work would be brushing, and if the landowners are cleaning their lots along it, I wouldn't see there being a lot of ongoing maintenance required in this case, in either case. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other councillors? Mr. Morris, just to follow up a little bit on that, I presume that you've had some communication with Niagara Region representatives with respect to this. Have they indicated to you at any point information relative to planned reconstruction of Stevensville Road?
They have not actually, and we've had a number of meetings with them. They've been informed like any other landowner at this point. So it is some of their responsibility to bring it forward as any other landowner to the engineer at that point. So I'm a little bit surprised. I have tried to contact them, and I've had very little response from them from this project. So.
Has the issue itself been directly put to the region about them reconstructing Stevensville Road and providing for for storm sewers?
I have not at this point taken that to them, but like I said, it was something that I had originally considered when we were coming out with the design for this one.
And you've indicated the cost was significantly higher if
Yes.
it was done in the absence of a road reconstruction.
Yes, yes.
Any questions arising out of that? Thank you very much, Mr. Morris. So on this occasion, I'm going to ask you to have a seat because I suspect that there's at least one neighbor that wishes to provide comments to council. And Mr. Wood, would you please come forward? Good evening.
My
Full
name
and
is
address.
2649 Stevensville Road. I'm actually here on behalf of my spouse, who's is one of the owners of 3107, the largest parcel on that diagram. If you could put it back on, I'd appreciate it. As well as Mr. and Mrs. Bruning, who own the second largest parcel covered by the drain. I'm sorry. I'm just going to put the plan on. I apologize for that. Thank you. You can use the mouse too. Okay. Show where your property is. So the property of my wife's family is in blue. Mr. and Mrs. Bruning is somewhere from here to the CN, I believe. Is that correct? And the originator of this issue was beside the ditch. Mr. Maiden has been kind enough to share with me the original petition. It appears it was actually a request of the town of Fort Erie made to the region to make the petition, which is really, I'm not sure what the reasons were. Beyond it appears it arose from a complaint of the owner of the property with the cinder brick basement that was mentioned by the engineer. I've also spoken to the owner of that property, Tim Betts. My understanding it's identified as Cahill on the report, perhaps because he's a relatively new owner. And he offered to allow me to speak for him. I suggested he attend. I don't know him by sight. He doesn't appear to have. I'm somewhat reluctant to speak too much to what his preferred alternative was. What he did indicate to me was he didn't support the drain, and he definitely didn't support having to pay for the drain. His direct comment to me was that government should be paying to clean out drainage ditch, and then he gave me examples in other areas where that happened. So again, I don't want to go on too much. I know that the Brunings and our family definitely support, as the mayor and the councillor raised, traveling along the Niagara region, along Stevensville Road. And we recognize that the engineer had an obligation under his rulings to use the facts as they existed then. But this is 11 years later. I have spoken to Niagara Region. They have confirmed that it's on their capital plan for 2024. And in the normal course, and I have some experience with this, they do drainage works as these kinds of works. As a result, I believe the Brunings and the Plileys would like, at a minimum, either rejecting this report or alternatively deferring your decision and allowing your superintendent to have further discussions with the representatives of Niagara Region. Now, I haven't had an answer back from them. They're looking at the old file. They were somewhat surprised. They indicated they don't normally initiate drainage petitions of this sort. Mr. Bruning has measured the distance from the start of this drain to Eagle Road, which is where the region work will begin, and that's 125 feet approximately, so a much shorter distance. And I think from our perspective, it's a question of overall cost. Why duplicate by having two sets of drains that are effectively doing much of the same traverse down to Black Creek? I do have some specific questions I can ask the engineer now or in private. One was, for example, the Drainage Act allows for the engineer to determine the damage that will be suffered by the landowners if they don't reach sufficient outlet. So my understanding of that is, even if you assume it's necessary for the first property, for Mr. Betts, that if they don't reach sufficient outlet, which is requiring to go through the Pliley lands, there's going to be some damage in theory to the lands further up the drain. That's section 34. Are you?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Morris, now that we're into the question period, maybe, I wasn't quite clear on the question myself.
Well, section 34 permits the drainage engineer to assess whether it's worth proceeding to outlet, i.e. the entire length, and assessing it against the damage of not doing the drain. At least that's my understanding of the section. Oh, actually, section 32.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, my mistake on the number. So I guess my one question I have is, was that assessment made? What property would be damaged by that? Is it the Bruning property? And if could it be compensated in some other way?
Through you, Lord Mayor. So what the section they're talking about is what's called an insufficient outlet allowance. I have not actually given an insufficient outlet allowance in any of my reports at this case to this point. It's something that is very rarely done, especially since in this case we are relatively close to a sufficient outlet, which is Black Creek. The preferred option has always been with municipal drains to take it to a sufficient outlet, because just by an insufficient outlet allowance, it's still the landowner has to allow the water to go through there. The municipality can still enter it, but there's not the legal there's not a specific location or things like that that go along with it. So there's still that encumbrance that could be potentially put on the land, but it's, like I said, and it's something that may be done. It's not a requirement of the Act to do it. And the typical process is to take it to a sufficient outlet, which would be, in this case, Black Creek.
And is it not true that normally the sufficient drains cover, well, first of all, the petitions are normally by the owners of the land in question, and the owners of the land affected, at least some of them, want to drain?
In this case, what was required this was assigned as a road superintendent petition by the region, and that is all that's required under the Act. Roads have sort of more of a supermajority power than a standard landowner do for drainage works because of their infrastructure being a linear nature compared to a more block nature for private properties.
Mr. Wood,
Yes.
next question.
Thank you. No. So again, the other part was the report indicates that there's a 6-meter wide access to the property, as well as what I understood to be from Mr. Maiden, a 20-meter wide area around the drain, covering the drain, 10 meters on each side. Is that correct?
So there is a maintenance corridor that's there, and typically the drainage superintendent, we do put it on both sides of it, but historically the drainage superintendent has always tried to work on the same side at all times. Since, well, you've had experience with some of these drains are very old drains dating back to 1890s? The 1890s. And I'm sure we can all understand that since in the 1890s, there's been a lot of change that's happened in this area since that time. So that's why we give the flexibility to the drainage superintendent in the future to act from one side or the other side, whichever is more convenient with the landowner to do at that point. So it's there, but it's there to assist the landowner in the future and the drainage superintendent to give them flexibility to go either work from one side or the other side to do maintenance work.
Mr. Morris, I think what the other aspect of Mr. Wood's question was relative to how you gain access to that corridor. So would you gain access to the corridor from Black Creek, or how would you do that?
this point, it would probably be along the railway line and then into at that point. Or it's a more flexible, so if the landowner has a location where they would like the construction excavator or something to enter, we most certainly will work with the landowner to enter their property at the most convenient place for them to go. So if there's a laneway or something like that, we always prefer to using that than making a brand new path anywhere. So we're perfectly willing to work with the landowners at that point.
You can't arbitrarily find an access point from Stevensville Road, say, to a point on the drain.
I typically try not to do that because I want to give the drainage superintendent and the landowner a little more flexibility to choose a path that works with them better as when those circumstances present themselves.
Mr. Wood?
So then if the landowners in fact blocked all accesses to Stevensville Road with, for example, a house on the Ply residence, which faces onto the Stevensville Road, there's a reference in the report to requiring a 6-meter wide access as shown on the plan, and again, wasn't shown on the plan that I could see. Leaves a mystery in my mind. I understand what your normal intent is to try to assist the landowner, and I'm sure that would be the case with the superintendent. However, my impression from the report, and once it's filed and if a bylaw is passed, then the landowners are going to be restricted from using that access point, or is that incorrect? We can block every other entrance except the, and again, I'm looking at the railway track. The railway track is elevated. Is that an area that you can climb down into the level of either side as a method of accessing the drain with your heavy equipment? Again, my impression was from the report alone that you were going to have an access corridor.
Mr. Morris?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yes, there is a flexibility with that, and like I said, we do try to work with them. The contractor, I can see them going along the railway track and building a ramp to get down. It is something that's possible if that is the only way to enter the property. But we prefer to work with the landowners to find an access point. In many cases, it's to the landowners' advantage to have an access for large equipment to the back of their property in any case, if they want to move something back there to something in the future as well. So,
Mr. Wood?
So for council, which would be aware, and your worship, this property is zoned as residential, the Ply land. In fact, it's identified as high density, which could mean a condominium or a townhouse complex using up significant amounts of the land. No unnecessary indication that the road or any roads that may go through there would access that particular drain, although to get to the back of the property would have to go over it somewhere. So are you suggesting, and will that be in the report or any bylaw if it's passed by council, that there are no restrictions on anything, any of the lands other than the corridor itself?
Excuse me, what kind of restrictions are you talking about?
Well, I had the impression from the report that there were restrictions on putting instructions on the path, the 6-meter wide pathway.
You're still focusing on the access route?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think for clarification, Mr. Morris, there are a number of properties here. Does each property have to provide a 6-meter wide point of access to the drain?
in most cases, the contractor can start, and they typically do, is start at the top end of the drain and then just work their way down the drain. In that case, they wouldn't need actually specific entrances to every single property along there. That's typically how they tend to work.
I think Mr. Wood may be concerned about future maintenance, and although I don't want to guess what's in Mr. Wood's mind. Is it future maintenance you're concerned about?
It's not for the current construction.
Future maintenance.
It would be future maintenance and the effect on development in accordance with the official plan and the
It's my understanding that if there's future maintenance needed, it would be focused on the property where the maintenance is required. If it's on the property that you're speaking to now, either your property or the Brunings property, presumably they would have an interest in providing access. If it's someplace else on the drain, presumably it would be those people that would have the interest in providing access.
Other areas would provide their own access, is that what you said? Yes.
I think,
That-
yeah.
That would make sense to me.
Yeah.
Again, it was my impression from reading the access section that every owner was obligated to do that, to provide an access. So, and I guess that relates to another part, and I understand this is not about assessment, but the decision not to go with Stevensville Road, which is our desired path, was based on expense. And I'm looking at the fairness. For example, the maintenance interval, interval 1, and can you tell me where that is, by the way? .002. So does that include the CN lines?
Okay, so we can't see what you're pointing to.
I see.
You've got a
Okay.
map up here.
Yeah, sorry. So, in my reports, I've, broken into a number of different intervals. The future maintenance intervals are slightly different than the construction intervals, and that's sort of to do with the nature of the work that's being done. So for the existing drain or the proposed works, the first interval starts down here at Black Creek and finishes right up at this location right here. There's a small tributary that comes in from the zoo's property. And then upstream of that is interval 2. Now for the future maintenance, I've broken into a little bit differently. There's the land here that goes downstream of it. And then the next interval goes up to here. And then there's a third one, which is the last point there. So, and the reason for that is, as you said, you indicated that part of the property could be developed. So what I have done in the future maintenance section of this is stated what capacity the drain requires for any future development. So I've left it completely open. All I've said is if you're going to develop this property, you must create a conveyance route with a certain capacity through it, through their property. And I've left it extremely open specifically for them to, if they want to pipe it, if they want to move it around, giving them the whole flexibility to allow that development to happen and to be non-encumbered by this drain at that point. I've tried to make it as absolutely flexible as possible to deal with those concerns. So,
Mr. Wood?
So I was getting more to the maintenance cost, but I appreciate that advice. So for the maintenance intervals, a significant portion of the expense applied to the Bruning property for the second interval, and the third interval. One of those intervals, somebody's interval, includes the CN land, and you've identified that the cost of doing this work, half of it is attributed to CN, which they're getting a special assessment for. However, if there's problems with the CN property, it strikes me that there would be a significant cost to fix that, which you appear, if I'm reading the report correctly, are attributing to a large extent to the Brunings and or perhaps to the Pliley. I can't tell where the interval, like what interval the CN lands are located in.
I think it's CP. I believe
Yes.
it's CP.
CP, yes.
CP, my apologies.
So through you, Lord Mayor, So the maintenance work, the cost for the maintenance work is sort of the cost for a basic cleanout cost, brushing and things like that. If there is an increased cost to, if the culvert fails or something like that, and this is the same with municipal roads, for any municipal drain, those assessments aren't maintenance as a clean out or anything like that. Those are sort of, they go under sort of a reconstruction of that culvert or that infrastructure that's there. And those costs are assessed as a special assessment directly to that utility. So the cost that the watershed pays for the clean out cost is to clean out the ditch. If that culvert has to be replaced in the future, that is, again, a special assessment to that utility, not to the watershed. And that's always how the Drainage Act has worked with the special assessment section of it.
Your worship, councillors, I understand that is always how it appeared to work on an original drain application, and I take your word for it that it works that way in the future. But it would be reassuring, I would think, to the landowners that the report actually said that and didn't indicate that, for example, Mrs. Pliley is responsible for 33% of the maintenance costs of interval 1, whatever that may be. And if it's over her own property or the Pliley property, you're still imposing a 33% of municipally determined decision to brush it. And again, it's been functioning fine for the 30 years, 40 years that they have owned the property. So anyways, we have a concern about that. And again, another reason why we believe it should go down Stevensville Road, that we should be contacting Niagara Region to determine whether or not it should be linked, and it's not the appropriate time to be accepting this particular report.
Mr. Wood, you're walking away. Are you finished?
I'm sorry.
Are you finished? You were walking away?
Well, I had one other question I can ask the drainage engineer separately, which is, I wanted to have some sense of, for the future, and I understand assessment comes at another stage, as to the benefit that you've attributed to each of the properties, and particularly the Pliley property, which I understand is in part value of land taken and or damages to it. But all I see is a figure on it for the allowance, I should say. And you attribute a benefit, and I would like to know what that benefit is, because again, as individual landowners, it's hard for us to perceive what that benefit is, given it's been working fine for all of these years. And if you could explain that, I'd appreciate it.
Through your worship. So to act with the one comment about the CP rail, I have no problem if you want to add a section in the maintenance to recommend that the cost for replacing the CP culvert shall be assessed to CP in the future. I have no problem if you want to include that in the report. I'm not too concerned about that. And as for the ongoing maintenance, I would have to defer to the drainage superintendent, how often that would happen in this case. I don't foresee it in this case because there is a fairly good grade that goes down on this system, that it would be a huge ongoing cost. And they're typically much smaller costs for maintenance than it is for the initial construction, since allowances and stuff like that, and the primary construction is already completed. As for the region, they were informed of this meeting like any other landowner. And I treat them, they are a petitioner, but outside of that, I treat them the same as any other landowner. And by them, if they're willing to come up and state that they have an opportunity to say which way they want to go, and they haven't done that, I have to sort of refer to, they have an opportunity to speak here, and by them not speaking, here. The theory is that they are in support of this project. And it has always been like that for all other municipal drains that we've done at this point, so.
Mr. Wood, did you have any further questions?
Just that I think it's an unrealistic assumption that because a large organization like Niagara Region with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of employees, hundreds within the transportation department itself, and I can tell you when I made inquiries, it took me some time to figure out who actually dealt with this. They used to have an actual drainage person. The advice I have now is it's a side issue that's passed off to particular staff within the transportation department. So again, I believe that assumption is, they may be supportive, I don't know the answer, but I don't believe an absence of a response is evidence of that fact in the circumstances. It takes time for a large institution like that to respond. And
I don't think you have to apologize for the region. You and I are very familiar with the region.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Mr. Wood, you had provided council with a letter and a number of questions, several of which you've raised this evening. I wonder if you have provided that to Mr. Maiden or Mr. Morris, or if you haven't, if you could.
I did provide it to Mr. Baden, and
So then I think, yeah, you can expect a response to all of those questions.
thank you. I don't know if Mr. Bruning has anything else he wants to say.
Come on down, Mr. Bruning. As you know, we need your name and address.
So it's Jeff Bruning, 2723 Stevensville Road. I just have a couple points I want to touch on, some of the ones that Sterling already brought up, some other ones we have. But stated in the Stevensville Road report, in the 1930s, the Rook family, who we bought the property from, dug the existing ditch to drain their property. It was never intended to be a municipal drain or to accommodate upstream water. We, as the affected property owners, feel there is a much better solution to this drainage issue, and that is to send it down Stevensville Road like we've talked about tonight. The storm drain diversion was brought up, sending it down Stevensville Road was brought up in 2009, 2014, and again now. And now would be the perfect time with Stevensville Road reconstruction and the bridge replacement happening in the next year to 4 years. Everything's going to be torn up anyways.
Is that the bridge over Black Creek?
Correct, yeah. I understand that the proposed ditch is just north of Eagle Street, so where the red line is, right here is where it's starting, or just north, and that's where the construction's supposed to go, is from Bowen Road to Eagle Street. And like Sterling said earlier, it's 125 feet from that proposed ditch to Eagle Street. The other part here will go straight down the property line. The red part here is, just put in perspective, is 250 feet. The whole ditching project is proposed to be 1,732 feet. So I think 125 feet seems a lot shorter and a lot better option myself. Going along Stevensville Road with the storm drain, you're going on a straight route instead of, like I say, going through the different properties under the railroad. I understand even with the storm drain, they'll still have to go under the railroad, but then through Pliley's property. And the end result is going to be, whether you go to the storm drain or the proposed one here, it's ending up in Black Creek. So it's not like you're taking it someplace else or sending it somewhere else. It's still going to end up in the same place. Also, on the top of the ditch here where they're doing it, there's also a culvert that goes across Stevensville Road, and it's not in the report to get changed, but it feeds into that ditch. The bottom of that culvert is completely rotted out, but there's no reports or no answers whether they're going to change that or do anything with that one either, which I think if they're doing this project, they can get that problem fixed as well at the same time. Along with other problems, again, not related to this ditch, but the Stevensville Fire Hall, the north side, whenever it rains, floods out completely. So there's obviously another storm drain concern or issue that's underlying, that maybe this could fix that with enhancements to the storm drain, or a bigger, better one could fix that problem as well. And the last point I have here, so we were told, and I believe it was by Mr. Judd, who was the drainage superintendent at the time when we brought up in 2014, that the reason they're doing this is because what the region's doing is illegal by dumping municipal water onto private property with no access or anything to be able to clean it up, do anything with it. And we still don't want that, and I think we stand pretty firm that we do not want this drain done. We'd like it sent down Stevensville Road.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruning. So, Mr. Morris, I don't know if you've got comments to any of the issues raised by Mr. Bruning?
Not at this point, no.
Okay. So, I've got a question arising out of that, and I think one of the suggestions was that this water should be directed, instead of west and south, east to Stevensville Road along the Eagle Street road allowance. Is that what you were saying?
Not down Eagle Street, just strictly down Stevensville Road. I reference Eagle Street because that's where the region's, their plan is to do a road reconstruction from Bowman Road to Eagle Street. So I took a measurement from the ditch where it's starting now to Eagle Street, and that's where you get the 125 feet from. So it's not far off from where they're planning on stopping the road construction. So I think 125 feet isn't too much to ask if they extended that much to fix the existing problems. So
The water north of the CP rail line would have to flow towards Stevensville Road as opposed to south.
it already flows down Stevensville Road now. So it would just be strictly putting a dog leg in it, or however they got to attach it to the storm drain on Stevensville Road.
Mr. Morris, any comments?
Not at this point, no.
Okay. Do any members of the council have any questions? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just trying to get a little better handle on the drainage and the flow. So when I'm looking at the green boundary, I'm assuming that the water from this land is all draining towards the municipal drain. Is that is that the lay of the land?
Yes.
Everything north and
Yes.
west
Through you more.
would drain on an angle towards the red and the blue and the purple?
Yes. Everything in this green outline outlets right about at this location right here,
Yeah.
Black Creek.
So everything on one side of the line would drain toward, so in other words, it's draining into like a V.
Yeah, for the most part, yes. And
It's like that's a swale.
it's a little more than a swale, but it is a ditch. Yeah.
Right in here, okay, everything up here drains this way.
Yes.
Everything over here drains into that municipal drain as well.
Yes.
So if we divert everything to Stevensville Road, how does this water that accumulates here get to that point?
It would not.
So now and this is where my question is about the damage that may occur, right? Somebody was talking about that earlier. So if we don't allow this piece of land to drain, or this here to drain into here, we could possibly flood this area out. Is that correct?
Well, right now it's going that way as it is. The drain isn't in the best. That's what that looks like at this point. The barn is the Bruning's barn, and that is looking upstream from the railway tracks. So that's the situation that it's in at this point.
Yeah, I see that, but let's go back to the other slide, because this water here has to get to there.
So
This water here has to get to there, but if you're saying that this water in here is gonna get to Stevensville Road, it has to go uphill in this section here. Is that, am I correct there?
So what I think the landowners are saying is, I have this little dashed line right down here,
Yeah,
and it would approximately come out here.
yeah.
If we did a pipe system down Stevensville Road, what would happen is all this water right here would follow the existing route and would go that way. Only this water around Stevensville Road, instead of going this way, it would end up going down Stevensville Road in a pipe system, potentially.
So there wouldn't be any flooding in that other area?
And
You
that's,
don't think?
Well, there would be less water from the region going into that location, but there'd be no change occurring in that area.
Okay, so now earlier you, Mr. Morris, you said that in the act, you're obligated to find the most efficient way and I guess cost-effective way to bring this. But that doesn't preclude that the municipality can say, well, we'll move that drain even if it costs a little bit extra money. We could move the drain.
Yeah, so what ends up happening is if there's a specific landowner who wants another option, so if a landowner did not want the drain on their property and was absolutely set that they do not want it on their property, then the engineer is obligated, any increased cost to move the drain off that landowner's property will be assessed to that landowner 100%.
Okay, and I guess my last question is, from what I remember in reading the act, there's something in there that says, if I want to accept the water on my property, I can accept that water. But if there's water coming through my property, a neighboring property owner can't restrict that water from coming onto my property. Is that correct?
No. So if an upstream landowner changes the land use of that property, that downstream landowner has the right to block that off, and I don't suggest anyone ever do this, and flood out the upstream landowner. That is allowed under, this is British common law, and it doesn't make good neighbors.
No, I'm not trying, I'm not saying that you're gonna flood anybody out, but what I'm saying,
You are allowed to do that. An upstream landowner does not have the right to drain onto a downstream landowner's property. It seems bizarre, I agree. Unfortunately, that's how the British common law legal system has developed over the past 500 years, so.
but my question was, if I want the water to go through my property, the upstream people can't block it from coming onto my property, is that correct?
Upstream landers. But they could block it. It's not if they want to hold it on their property, they're completely allowed to hold water on your property, not let it onto the downstream landowners with surface water rights. Now, if this is a riparian, this is complicated, sorry. If it's riparian water right landowner, and Black Creek would be an example of a riparian, it's a named creek.
Yeah.
That you don't have the ability to do that. It's only surface water where you can block it off.
Okay, all right, thank you.
can I add one thing to that?
Sure.
So the water, so coming up College Road up here is basically where are we here? Right about here is where the ditch starts flowing down here.
Yeah.
So there's a good sized ditch there now. Right here, it dead ends, and that's when they shoot it down our property here. So that's what we're saying. If you hook onto a storm drain, you can continue it down Stevensville Road. It's already flowing this direction, this path. Everything from Eagle Street and actually the Bell Building in the corner of Eagle Street here and down right to the creek, there's already catch basins on both sides of the road. So I would like to think when they're doing the road reconstruction that they're going to upgrade them in the first place. So all you really got to do is hook on from Eagle Street, this 125 feet to add on to where all the existing catch basins and stuff are now, instead of doing this whole thing through all the property and down to the creek that way.
So,
But when you said about being flooded out here, I'd like to disagree and say, no, they won't, because there's already catch basins and a storm system, storm drain system, something of some sort in place now already on Stevensville Road.
Any comment to that, Mr. Morris?
My only comment is back to the fact that under the Drainage Act, if a landowner does request it go in a different direction, I have to assess the increased cost to them. And in this case, it was always much more costly for the landowners to put it in a tile system than a pipe system than it was on the region. So even if I put it into the regional system, I would be obligated to assess the increased cost to dealing with all this water to those landowners, not the region, under the Drainage Act. That's my predicament. If the region is willing to do that under its own force and its own goodwill to do it, but I'm obligated under the Act to assess it that way, so.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much. So let me get this clear then. In your report, you're saying that the majority of the cost is CP Rail, right? They're being assessed a major
benefit,
portion,
yes.
right? Now, if the property owner requests that we move the drain, well, in this case, it looks like they're requesting that we eliminate it, right? Then the CP Rail is off the chart as far as being assessed, and then everything goes to the property owner?
Well, in this case, the cost for crossing, we wouldn't need to cross the railway. So those costs would essentially drop down, except for the engineering cost, to zero. If we weren't going that way, so.
Yeah, I'm just trying to assess, trying to figure out who's, if CP Rail doesn't have to be assessed now because we moved the drain, that portion has to be, does that portion go to the owner that asked for the drain to be removed, or does that portion be divided amongst all the property, the benefiting property owners?
That portion disappears because there's no longer work there. So the construction activity that would have happened to cross the railway doesn't occur.
Oh, so that would just, all right, so then the increase, that's just the increased cost then,
Yes.
yeah.
It would just be the cost for the basic ditch work all the way through.
So,
Nothing to do with the railway at all.
so if the property owners wanted to have this drain eliminated and have it moved onto the regional road, right? They would have to petition to you and ask you in your report to move it, or how would they go about doing that?
So there's two options through you, Mayor. If the region was willing to say something at this meeting, we could do it at that point, or as well, if the landowners wanted it off their property and put onto the regional road, council would direct the engineer at this meeting to do something like that.
So, as it stands right now, the property owners would have to request us to do that.
Yes.
And then we couldn't do it until we heard from the region, but we could still hold off on this report until we settled that issue. And you're under no obligation because you're just following direction, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The answer is yes to your question.
Okay, all right. All right.
Anything further,
Well,
Mr.
then I
Bruno?
guess the onus is going to be on the property owners, right?
Well, that's what they've been asking for. Anything further, Mr. Bruno?
Just on that, why would the property owners be on the hook for the cost? If it went down the regional road, would that not go under your taxes and covered that way?
No, like I said, the increased cost, if a landowner wants the drain moved off their property and there's an increased cost to doing that, that landowner pays for that cost. it is in the Drainage Act to state it that way. So if there was any sizing increase that had to be made to accommodate the water from this change, that under the Drainage Act, I would have to assess it to those landowners. Again, if the region is willing to cover it all under their own cost, they can withdraw their name from the petition, pay the engineering costs, and do it that way. So it's the region who's in control at this point as well. So and they have, like any other, ability to respond.
So, Mr. Brunning, the answer to your question is if the region undertook to reconstruct the road and put in a storm sewer, that would be part of their cost of construction, and then the only aspect of the drain that would remain would be south of the rail line, which I understand may or may not be problematic. So that's, did you have anything further?
No.
Any further comment, Mr. Morris?
No, not at this point.
Councillor Lubbert, you wanted to get your oar in the water again?
Yeah, just a quick, just for the property owners. If there, I see there may be some concern about the extra costs. And can they do this, but find out what the extra cost would be first before they move forward and say, yeah, okay, we're willing to pay the extra cost? Could that happen to them? I mean, it sounds like they want this thing moved, but if it's going to cost them a fortune to move it, then they won't. But they need to know how much it's going to cost before they agree to moving it.
Like I said, when I was originally doing the investigation on this option, going down the regional road was investigated, and it was quite a bit more expensive at that point. The costs for the pavement and surface restoration would have always been covered by the region. So it's the increased cost of the pipe and stuff like that, which would be assessed to the landowner. So that still would be like I said, probably a fairly significant cost under the Drainage Act.
Yes, I understand that at the time, but now that the region has already said that they're going to reconstruct this road, maybe the cost won't be as high. They're already there. They already got the hole in the ground and the shovel. So, but my question is, can they find out how much it's going to cost before they complete their petition to move it? Is that a possibility?
They would have to have discussions with the region at that point.
Councillor Noyes?
I think you may have answered my question, but if you knew then what you know now about Stevenson Road being totally reconstructed, and again, I have to crystal ball gaze here, my guess is regardless of whether this drain was on the table or not, they would probably be putting in storm sewers.
So, Councillor Noyes, just to be clear, we've had somebody say that it's on the books to be reconstructed in 2024. We don't know that. I would think it would be prudent for us to find out for sure what the region's position is.
Oh, I agree with you, and I can recall that our Councillor Insignia did talk about Stevenson Road being totally reconstructed.
I don't know when that will be.
I thought he said 2022, actually.
Well,
But anyway, yes, we do need to know that, but I'm just saying, okay, I'm just thinking that if they're going to do it anyway, storm sewers are going to be put in. If we know that, then obviously we need to kind of relook at this. And we need an answer to that.
Your Honor, on that, it is on the region's website, their transportation services capital budget, the 5-year overview from 2019.
right,
It is on there, so.
but that's a projection.
Right, we're just not going by hearsay. There is something,
Occur, it may not occur.
yes.
Right. No, my point was, we can't bank on it because we don't know for sure. But we could get further information from the region to find out in particular what their position is on this. Did you have anything further, Mr. Brunning?
Nope.
Okay.
Further to your question about, I guess, the crystal ball aspect of it, my suggestion has always been to go with agreement drains if possible. And if the region was going to redo it at this point, it would be easier for them to deal with it with their own forces. But I have an active petition at this point, and I'm obligated to pursue it at that point until the petitioner takes their name off the petition. And that's the purpose of this meeting, for the petitioner to have an opportunity to do something like that.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bruni. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to council with respect to this drain? Then I'm going to declare this meeting closed. Both the South Tributary drain and this drain have reports that will be dealt with by council later this evening, so that anyone who's interested in either could stick around if they wish. It's now 8:04. We've got, I think, another lengthy public meeting coming up. So let's take a 10-minute break, please. to call this committee meeting back to order. So we have our next public meeting, which is an official plan amendment and property rezoning with respect to Lucky Gas, Inc., property at 260 to 262 Gorham Road. So the way we usually conduct this public meeting is we'll hear from a member of staff, in this case, Mr. Vanderveen, and then if the proponent wishes to address council, he or she may do so. And thereafter, we will hear anyone who wishes to speak in support of the application. And after that, we'll hear from anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or who has questions with respect to the report. Once this is completed, there is a report for information purposes for council this evening on our agenda. Council will deal with that this evening. Eventually, depending on what occurs, there may be a further report from staff providing us with their advice as to recommendations regarding the application. So, Mr. Vanderveen, good evening.
Combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment was submitted by Greg Taras of Urban and Environmental Management, Inc., who represents Najib Quidway of Lucky Gas, Inc., owner of 260 to 262 Gorham Road and 3854 Disher Street. The purpose of this application is to permit the addition of a car wash and drive-through restaurant to the existing gasoline bar and the expansion of the commercial uses onto a portion of the residential property immediately to the east. The existing residential dwelling will remain. The proposed official plan amendment will change the land use designation of the rear yard of 3854 Disher Street from low-density residential to commercial. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment will change the zoning of 260 to 262 Gorham Road and the rear yard of 3854 Disher Street to a site-specific C4 zone. In addition to the standard uses permitted in the C4 zone, the proposed site-specific C4 zoning will permit a drive-through establishment, restaurant, and will contain regulations for minimum lot frontage on Disher Street, minimum easterly interior side yard, minimum exterior side yard Gorham Road, maximum lot coverage for all buildings, maximum lot coverage gasoline bars, minimum setback from pump island to property line, minimum landscape strip with width adjacent to a drive-through, minimum landscape strip width adjacent to a parking area, and maximum entrance driveway width. The zoning of the remainder of 3854 Disher Street is proposed to change to a site-specific R2 zone that contains provisions for minimum lot frontage, minimum lot area, minimum rear yard, and maximum lot coverage for the dwelling. Notification of this public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the February 13th, 2020 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. Property owners within 120 meters of the subject area were also mailed the notice of complete application and public meeting on February 13th, 2020. This is an aerial photograph of the subject property as well as the surrounding area. The subject property is located in the neighborhood of Ridgeway Thunder Bay on the east side of Gorham Road, just south of the Fort Erie Friendship Trail. This is an aerial image highlighting the subject lands. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north is the Friendship Trail. To the south, Disher Street and single detached dwellings. To the east, single detached dwellings. To the west, Gorham Road, Our Lady of Grace Spiritual Center, which is operated by the Niagara Catholic District School Board, vacant commercial lands, and an automotive service station and restaurant that is currently under construction. The area subject to this application is within the urban area boundary, and 260 to 262 Gorham Road is designated commercial in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay Secondary Plan. 260 to 262 Gorham Road is also within an area identified as the Gorham Commercial Gateway in the Secondary Plan, a traditional highway commercial area that is intended for automotive-friendly development that serves the local neighborhood, as well as commuter and visitor traffic to Ridgeway Thunder Bay and Crystal Beach. The proposal to amend the land use designation to facilitate development of an automotive service station with an associated retail store and eating establishment with a drive-through is consistent with the land use designation in the secondary plan 3854 Disher Street is designated low-density residential in the town's Ridgeway Thunder Bay Secondary Plan. The subject application proposes to change the designation of a portion of the property to commercial to permit the expansion of commercial uses onto the rear yard of the property, namely parking area, a 2-bay car wash, and stacking lanes, an escape lane, and a mechanical room associated with the car wash. This slide displays natural heritage features in the area. An environmental corridor is identified in the vicinity of the subject property related to the Fort Erie Friendship Trail. The proposed development will not impact this feature. 260 to 262 Gorham Road is currently zoned Automotive Service Station C4 zone. The C4 zoning permits the automotive service station, associated retail store, and car wash, but does not permit a restaurant. Redevelopment of the site to include the restaurant therefore requires the zoning bylaw amendment to permit the use. The addition of gas pumps in the car wash also necessitates the zoning bylaw amendment due to requirements for certain site-specific regulations. The redevelopment of a portion of 3854 Disher Street for commercial purposes also requires an amendment to the zoning to change the zoning from R2 zone to the proposed site-specific C4 zone. This application proposes to change the zoning of 260 to 262 Gorham Road and the rear area of 3854 Disher Street from C4 zone and R2 zone to a site-specific C4 zone with regulations for the following. Gasoline bar, retail store, and restaurant subject to the regulations contained in section 23.4, except a minimum front yard on from Disher Street, 7.5 meters. Minimum easterly interior side yard, 2 meters. Minimum exterior side yard, Gorham Road, 7.5 meters. Maximum lot coverage for all buildings, 21%. Maximum lot coverage, gasoline bars, 7%. Minimum setback from pump island to property line, 4.6 meters. Drive-through lane subject to regulations of subsection 18.6 to permit a 2-meter landscape strip. Maximum entrance width, 12.1 meters Gorham Road, 10.7 meter Disher Street, and minimum landscape strips otherwise of 2 meters in width. This application also proposes to change the zoning of the remainder of 3854 Disher Street from R2 zone to a site-specific R2 zone with regulations for the following. Minimum lot frontage 14 meters, minimum lot area 316.4 meters, square meters, minimum rear yard of 3.4 meters, and a maximum lot coverage for the dwelling of 34.36%. This slide shows the site plan for this combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. The site plan shows the existing automotive service station and associated retail store, as well as a new pump island in the north part of the site. A car wash is proposed in the northeast part of the site, partially within the rear yard of 3854 Disher Street. A drive-through restaurant is proposed near the corner of Gorham Road and Disher Street. The drive-through lane wraps around the restaurant and is capable of stacking 13 vehicles. The majority of the parking area is east of the restaurant and north of the single detached dwelling on 3854 Disher Street. The existing dwelling at 3854 Disher Street will continue its residential use. So this is looking at the subject property southeast from the Friendship Trail. This is looking at the subject property northeast from Gorham Road. And this is looking north into the site from Disher Street. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wonder if you wouldn't mind going to the last slide.
Sure.
Thanks. Okay, and so I just have a few questions. The first one starting with the fencing. I take it that's just going to be temporary fencing for now until everything is completed, and then that will be removed and there would be landscaping in that strip there and on the side of the road. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that is correct. I'm just going to switch over to the site plan quickly. So they are intending to have a landscape strip along the east side, kind of bordering 3854 Disher Street, the single detached dwelling. There will also be fencing, new fencing that separates that dwelling from the rest of the site. And a noise barrier is intended on the east side of the property, north of the dwelling, to try and screen the residential to the east from the car wash use.
Okay, and I was reading in the report that, which I know I'll ask more questions when the report comes up, but just for that picture, in behind this white house, next to the other house, you can see it slightly on your right-hand side. How tall is the barrier going to be?
It's to be determined. The noise study completed by the applicant sort of recommends a height of 3 meters to mitigate noise on the abutting property owner to the east as much as possible. The town's current bylaw limits the height to 2.3 meters. So if they do the full 3 meters, that would require a variance from the town.
Anything further, Councillor Butler?
No, I'll wait for the report, thank you.
Any other councillors? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor. You talked about the maximum, if I heard it right, that 12 meters is the maximum for the drive-through entrance? Did I hear that correct?
Yeah, the one entrance driveway is proposed to be 12.1 meters, and typically the permitted width is 9 to 12 meters.
Okay, so it's, you said the maximum is going to be 12 meters, so, but they're going over that then?
Yes.
My next question, if I may. Sure. Parking on Disher Street. If I was the residents there, I would be worried about that there's not a lot of parking, or people are going to prefer to park on the street as opposed to trying to avoid people coming through the drive-through. So they're going to park on Disher Street. Is there any thought to restricting that or preventing that from happening?
It's something we could take a look at. Does Kira want to pitch in? Thanks.
Through you to the councillor. If parking was determined to be a problem, that would have to be dealt with through the traffic committee. We would recommend at that point, but we could bring forward something to them now to give some consideration to that, should this be approved.
And one further question. I know you're talking about the 3-meter fence, and I know that the purpose of this is to perhaps assist the neighbor, but in regards to if it's on the east side, how is that going to affect the sun's rising? And I know the sun's going to rise and set, but I mean the shadow effect of that. If you had a 12-meter fence, how would that affect the natural light in their backyard?
Yeah, just to clarify, it'll be a 3-meter fence, so 10 feet high, if the variance is granted.
Okay, so it would be an additional 1.5 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, my same question. How would that extra 1.5 feet affect the sunshine in the neighborhood, in that particular house? Like, would they be for it or against it? They may not want it.
As far as I know, the owner of that property is intending to speak tonight, so
Okay.
he could probably speak to if he's in support of that increased height.
Okay, thank you.
Any other councillors? Mr. Van der Veen, can we just go to the slide with the site plan on it, please?
Sure.
Is along Gorham Road, east side of Gorham Road, is there going to be a sidewalk?
Yes, there is a sidewalk there currently. You could see it on the west side of this site plan here.
Right.
So a lot of the landscaping works would be just inside of the existing sidewalk, and yeah.
So what is the method for access to the restaurant? Is this just a drive-through, pure and simple, or is this also a sit-down restaurant?
I believe it's going to be both. So there will be a drive-through and a sit-down capacity inside the restaurant.
Where does a pedestrian enter this restaurant?
Yeah, currently, probably the easiest access would be off of Disher Street. There is also, they would have to cross this, the drive-through lane. They could head east from the sidewalk on Gorham and access it from there. And I believe there's also going to be a pass-through through the convenience store. So people can go through the store and get to the interior of the site and then walk south to the restaurant.
Still crossing the drive-through traffic?
Well, I believe there's going to be a passageway through the convenience store as well. Perhaps the proponent can speak to that in a little bit more depth, but
Sure. They'd still have to cross the traffic in order to get to the restaurant, would they not?
correct.
Now, this may be a question better answered by Ms. Dolch when we get to the report, but my recollection is we've recently approved 3 fast food restaurants site plan on Garrison Road. And my recollection was there was an issue about the conflict between pedestrians and drive-through traffic. And I thought that there was a lot of effort to avoid just this particular scenario where you've got people getting off a bus or people walking on a sidewalk trying to get into a restaurant and being in conflict with drive-through traffic. Are you aware of that?
Not me personally, but
Then I'll save my question until we get to the report. Any other councillors? Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen.
thank you.
Does the proponent wish to address council with respect to this matter? Please come forward, sir. You are Mr. Terras?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Opposite? Okay. We'll figure it out. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor Redekop, and members of council. My name is Greg Terras. I'm a registered professional planner and senior planner at Urban Environmental Management, Niagara-based planning, engineering, and project management firm. I'd also like to introduce Mr. Quidwai as the owner of Lucky Gas and the property. He's here as well this evening. I won't repeat the information that Mr. Vanderveen went through, and I'd just like to focus on a few items that I hope will assist council in their consideration of this. Lucky Gas first submitted their official plan and zoning bylaw amendment in April 2018. In 2018, in May, we held an informal public open house and then the formal public meeting in June 11th, 2018. There were a number of comments received from council and members of the public at that time. And so what the owner as a proponent has done is we undertook a number of studies and made some changes from what was originally proposed. Another informal public open house was held on February 11th, 2020, so that we could, again, present this information to the public. What I'd like to do is just summarize some of the major changes that were made so that council is aware of what's been done since the original application. As noted, the first is the existing residential property at 3854 Disher Street. That was originally part of the application. The whole property was going to be zoned C4. We received comments from the public expressing concern that in the future that residence might be removed, torn down, and that the whole property would then be expanded for commercial use. In order to remedy that, we have left the residence and part of the property in as residential, and the commercial now would be around it. So it's only the rear part of 3854 Disher Street that would be included in the C4 designation. Secondly, council requested that a traffic impact study be completed. I'm going to try this here. Okay. And it was to be, at the same time, there was a proposal being done for 275 Gorham Road, which is across the street and has been mentioned this evening. So the traffic impact study was done in conjunction with both developments by the same traffic consultant. And that report did go before council when the property at 275 Gorham Road was considered. The conclusions from that traffic impact study was that there would be no significant impact to the surrounding road network from both of these proposals going forward. The second conclusion was that the existing trail crossing, even if neither of these developments went forward, requires improvement. So this was already an issue before either of these were being considered. The third issue was to do with the car wash and the noise that could potentially occur from the car wash. The proponent is proposing to add both a self-wash and an automatic car wash bay, so there will be 2 bays. Concerns were identified with respect to the noise impact to neighbors from the proposed automatic car wash operation. The proponent investigated a number of measures to reduce the potential sound impact from the car wash. The main one we looked at was to enhance the door for the car wash. And so it will now, rather than a standard car wash door, we'll be utilizing a 5-layer polycarbonate sheeting door for this purpose. And that helps to reduce the sound impact significantly. Secondly, within the car wash itself, the dryers, which are one of the main sources of noise, will be moved forward in the car wash bay further so it doesn't have as much impact on noise. This car wash will not be able to operate with the doors open. So when a car enters, the door opens, a car enters, both doors must close before the car wash process can engage. And then once it's finished, then the doors will open so that the cars can leave the car wash. Based on these changes, the proponent had their noise consultant, RWDI, update the noise study. We had previously provided a noise study and from the subconsultant, and this was updated considering these changes. That's just a picture of polycarbonate. So two conclusions were reached. If the 8-foot high, so 2.3 meter high noise barrier was allowed along this east side, of the property, there would be a very small area of the adjacent property that would have a 1 decibel increase over the permitted 50 decibel sound limit at the property line. So that's with a 2.3 meter tall fence. If the 3 meter high fence is permitted, then the 50 decibel guideline is achieved at the property line. One of the things, if I can just go back, that you'll see is that it is actually no longer the car wash that is the source of the noise that creates the 1 decibel increase. With the door, the enhanced door, and moving the blowers forward, it's actually now for the queuing area that's in this area that is the cause of the 1 decibel increase. So it's cars potentially idling in that location that creates that 1 decibel increase. So in order to try to reduce the impact of the idling, the proponent is proposing to put up no idling signs at the queuing area entrance and at a couple spots in the queue so that drivers will shut their engines off while waiting. When the car wash comes into operation, the proponent will also have staff monitoring any idling incidences. So that would be at the beginning when it comes into operation, just to make sure that customers are aware that they shouldn't be idling. Also, for the operation of the automatic car wash, the customers will first have to go into the convenience store to get a token or PIN number to enter the car wash. The proponent staff will let customers know the wait times to try to limit the number of cars in the queuing lane to actually just to 3 vehicles. The queuing lane has to have a minimum of 4 vehicles, but we'd like to try to get it down to 3, and that would reduce any potential idling if it was to occur. The automatic car wash, because of the door system and things, it actually will have a 7 to 8 minute cycle time. So if someone was waiting as the 4th car in line, they potentially could be waiting a half an hour. And from Mr. Quidwai's experience as an operator of a facility and having actually have a car wash here previously, customers won't wait that long. So he's not anticipating people waiting in the queuing line that long to use the facility. There's also a lot of newer vehicles, and it's not all of them, where cars automatically shut off when they're idling for a short period of time. So even coming to a stop sign or a traffic light, some cars stop idling and then they restart again. So there is technology that's moving forward in the automobile industry that is reducing idling as well. One of the things you can see is when we asked the noise consultant to look at the impacts of the noise from the car wash and the idling, they also predicted what the noise would be off-site at adjacent properties. So where we have the 8-foot high, 2.3 meter high noise barrier and the 1 decibel increase, they predicted sound levels at adjacent property on the property line 45 decibels, reducing to 38 decibels at this location, 42 at this location, 41, and then decreasing to 36 at this location. What they did not consider was if there was any barriers or fencing in between these. They took a straight line approach in a worst case. Then if you look at going to the 3 meter high fence, those decibel readings go down a little further, so 42, 35, 39, 38, 33. I've provided staff with some examples of typical noise at those decibel ratings. So for example, a normal sound level for a quiet neighborhood is 50 decibels. A busy street has a 70 decibel rating. Average noise rating inside a house is approximately 40 decibels. So the reason for the 50 is the typical urban, quiet neighborhood is the 50 decibel, and that's for daytime readings. So one of the things is this car wash would only operate from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. After 7 p.m. it would have to be 45 decibels at the property line. So we didn't try to achieve that. So they will be restricted in terms of their hours and will have to close at 7 p.m. in the evening. Another concern that was raised was respect to the condition of the property. When the initial application was made, the proponent was in the process of making previously approved renovations. That was the convenience store, the addition of additional gas pumps. And concerns were, since then the convenience store has been completed. As was shown in the pictures from Mr. Vanderveen, new gas pumps were installed. The propane filling area has been moved as per technical standards and safety association requirements, and part of the area has been paved where the new area has been constructed. Second last was the fuel truck turnaround. When the proponent acquired the property, and I'll go back to the site plan, if you bear with me for one moment. Actually, I think I have one with the landscape plan, yes. So on the plan, originally the diesel tanks were on the right side and the gasoline tanks on the left side in terms of the underground storage tanks. This necessitated the fuel truck to come in, offload fuel into the gas tanks, go out to Disher Road, turn around and come back in so that they could then fill the diesel tanks. The proponent is, with the reconstruction, has moved all the tanks to the same side so that the fuel tank now only comes in, fills up both tanks, and then leaves out Disher and back onto Gorham Road. There's no turning around, and the frequency with which fuel is delivered is about every 5 days in the summer months, which would be June, July, and August, and once every 7 days during other times of the year. Finally, the proponent undertook a survey at his facility. So he's had a survey in the convenience store for about the last 4 months, and a copy's been provided to the town. And survey anyone who wanted to take it and saw it. There was it was basically were you for or against the proposal, and there was a space for anyone to provide comments. Approximately 600 signatures were received. Overwhelmingly, I would say all on the survey were in favor and supported the proposed development. And I can add that 9 residents on Disher Street signed the proposal in support of the proposal as well. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charas. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation. It was enlightening. I do still have some questions, and I just want to make a comment with respect to the signatures that you received in support. When I spoke to the residents on Disher Street, they weren't opposed to Mr. Kidway's development. They were in support of it, but they had some concerns. Some that you've addressed, some that are still out here.
Yes.
And I would like to get some answers from you with respect to a few things from your presentation. The first one is, what is the current decibel on that street, in that area? Do you know what that is? Have they been able to measure that?
I know the the noise consultant did not come and actually take noise decibel readings, but as mentioned, on a busy street, Gorham, for example, would be 70 decibels.
Right.
Yeah.
But on Disher Street, what would that be?
It would vary. You do have buses going down Disher Street, which would contribute to noise at that time. You have approximately 1,000 vehicles a day going down Disher Street. 9,000 on Gorham Road was in a day was the traffic study, if I recall correctly.
Traffic study showed that there were 1,000 vehicles in a day going down Disher Street?
Yes.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, and the next one is, you mentioned the barrier and the height of the barrier that would lower the decibel. If it was a 3-meter high fence, how thick would that fence be?
The thickness it actually has to meet a rating of 20 kilograms per. There's a sound rating it has to meet, and I have the specifics in a file. I can get that, but there's actually a density. So it doesn't specify what the material has to be. It specifies that it has to meet a certain density to meet the noise requirements.
And one of the councillors mentioned it earlier, but would there be any shadowing from the fence on the other property?
You were going another 1.5 to 2 feet high. East to west, you're actually going on to Mr. Quidwai's property. You might have a very slight shadow along a fence, nothing that a hedge or a tree might not also contribute to shadowing. This is the landscape plan, so you can see along that barrier as well. There will be vegetation, trees planted and things, so actually the trees will eventually grow higher than the barrier itself. So.
But the neighboring property will look at a fence. What will that fence look like for that neighboring property?
But we can, that's not something, in the landscape plan, there was some proposed, it could be a board-on-board type fence as long as there's no gaps. It could be more of acoustical barrier. That's to be determined yet, probably at site plan approval stage.
So you mentioned in 2018 that you did come and make the presentation, and there were members of the public, and council at that time did express some concerns as well.
Correct.
One of the concerns was always that the car wash and the cars that were driving through the car wash was going to be abutting a neighbor. And that wasn't something that has happened because the current house that's structured on Disher had the property that went all the way back, and it was just green space. So now it's going to be different. There was a buffer. Now there's no buffer to the first resident that isn't part of the ownership, right?
Correct.
So it's an independent resident.
Yes.
And then it will carry forward. Why, since it's been almost 2 years, was there not a reconsideration of the design for that, taking it into consideration?
What we looked to do was whether we could mitigate the potential concerns which were related to noise, and we think we have through redesigning the automatic car wash to include the more enhanced doors and the blower system, and if possible to have a slightly higher noise barrier in between, which, if I may add, is permitted for acoustical purposes in the fence bylaw.
No, and I appreciate where you're coming from. It's just my question is, 2 years, I understand that development is very expensive, I know. And site plans are very expensive, and hiring an engineer is very expensive, and nobody wants to see this project falter, but they want some consideration to what their complaints were. One of the other complaints was the headlights from the vehicles exiting onto Disher Street. So has there been any consideration towards that? And then I'll get to my last question.
We understand the concern regarding the headlights onto Disher. We did look at some redesign where if we could have, everything coming onto Gorham Road and not exiting onto Disher. It didn't appear that we could make something work functionally that way. I mean, we're still willing to consider that. We have spoke with staff and about the potential, if we could exit everything onto Disher Street would certainly improve that situation. If there's any ways that could be worked with the neighbor directly across from the Disher Street exit, which has existed for a long time, that exit, whether it could be vegetative planting or things on the neighbor's property, certainly the owner would be willing to look at any means to remedy that situation.
And then the final question is with respect to the large tanker trucks. I mean, I've seen some of these tanker trucks, they're pretty huge. So when they're circling in off of Gorham, not a problem. But circling out of that area onto Disher Road, which is a very small street, and sometimes you have to pull over to accommodate the other car passing by, how do you suppose that that large tanker truck is going to be able to exit there without hitting the two properties that are directly across the street from that? Have you given any consideration to that?
Yes, when when this was undertaken, the architect that did the site plan had to incorporate turning radiuses and show turning plans on the drawing, and that was submitted with the application to show that these tankers can turn out of the property without crossing lanes and to stay in that lane. And that's been submitted with the application.
Was there an experiment where the tanker truck actually did that? Turned out?
I would have to ask Mr. Quidwai at this point whether there's any issues with the tanker truck leaving now in terms of exiting Disher Road. But that entrance would be redone and to make sure that there's a sufficient turning radius for the tanker truck.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other councillors? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor, to the presenter. I'm more concerned about the restaurant and the drive-through because correct me if I'm wrong, that to get into the restaurant area, you have to make a left off of Gorham, right, to get in there. You're not going to make a left, at the, where the restaurant area is. You can't get into that, the queuing until you get down Disher Street. You have to make a left on the Disher Street and then a left into.
I'm not sure. The start of the drive-through is here.
Okay, so
it
how are
goes
you
around
going
this
to
way.
get there?
Or you could either come in from Gorham through the gas area and turn in, or come in off Disher Street, either turning left from Gorham if you're heading south, or right onto Disher if you're heading north, and then left into here. Yeah.
That's my concern. I would imagine the majority of people will not be driving through the gas station area and the car wash. They're going to be taking Disher Street, going to be making a left onto Disher Street to get into that area. And I don't want the problem repeated. I was on council when we did the Tim Hortons further down in Crystal Beach, and we commented then that we thought people would be lining up on the road trying to make a left-hand turn to get to Tim Hortons. We were told, nope, that wouldn't be a problem. It's a huge problem. And I'm worried that the same thing's going to happen. You're saying there's 9,000 cars a day on Gorham Road. I would imagine that's 4,500 one way and 4,500 the other, give or take, right? That's a very busy road, so it's going to be hard to make a left-hand turn, and they're going to be backing up on Gorham Road, trying to make a left-hand turn to get into that restaurant and that drive-through?
Well, if I may, the traffic impact study did consider the ability to turn left, given what the proposed use would be, and identified that a high level of service would still be able to be maintained, and no recommendation was made for any change there that would be needed in terms of signals or anything like that, that the current level of service with the development would still be satisfactory.
Again, I can't disagree, I'm not a traffic study person, but I can anticipate there's going to be a problem there.
I can't speculate.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes? Any other councillors? Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I just want to, can you bring up the slide for the, with the decibels?
Sure.
Either one of them would do, I guess.
Okay.
All right, there we are. Now, you said that a high-traffic roadway, that normally it would give you 70 decibels.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
And and you did say that the traffic study didn't do anything about existing. What would the decibels be in the, say, in the 50 decibel area if you had 70 decibels on the highway?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
What's an example would be of 50 decibels?
Something 50 decibels. I think I mentioned, sorry, bear with me.
Would the 70 decibels carry and then be reduced to 50 decibels at the fence?
Well, the fence, if there was 70 decibels on the road, the fence would act as a barrier for that as well. It's not sound is not cumulative, so the louder sound would be the predominant sound. So this doesn't act as a filter, for example. By running the car wash, it's not going to reduce noise to 33 decibels. What will happen is other urban noise will then be there. So the contribution would only be 33 decibels, but other urban noise, say for the property on the right, they could still have 40 or 50 decibels on their property, but it would be from other sources.
Yeah, I think that's basically where I was coming from.
Okay. Yeah.
If you have 70, that doesn't mean like what your study showed was.
Yeah.
Yes. I think what you're saying is your study showed that the noise factor from your car wash would give you 50 decibels at the fence.
Correct.
But that's not necessarily what you'll have because you might have the road, so you might still have your 55 decibels or whatever that is.
You may, but we can't control the road noise. Yeah.
Now, Councillor Butler asked about the type of material, and you said that the material, there was a density
correct
factor that came into play, but you don't know what type of material you're going to be using.
It doesn't have to, the material doesn't have to be specified as long as it meets a density requirement. So it could be wood, it could be concrete, it could be any type of material. That would be something we would determine moving forward in the process with staff in terms of what type of material might be most suitable for this location.
But you're going to maintain the density so that
correct.
The sound.
We have to maintain the density is the key to this for sound attenuation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other councillors? Mr. Terrace, I know you've been standing up there for a while, but I wonder if you could go to the site plan slide. Right. So the vehicles that are going to the gas bar at the top of the photo, when they exit, are they going to be typically going south to Disher Street?
If they're faced in that direction, I would assume that they would most likely go to Disher Street.
Otherwise, they would have come from Disher Street and be facing
Gorham
Road.
Correct.
And the vehicles from the car wash, they could come from either Gorham Road or I suppose they could come up Disher.
Mm-hmm.
And when they leave, are they more likely to go down to Disher as opposed to try to conflict with the traffic coming off of Gorham?
I would think it's hard to say because where they're coming out, they're actually closer to Gorham than they are to Disher Street. So they may just turn right and proceed out to the top end. Depending what direction they're going, they may prefer to turn right onto Gorham, then come all the way down, turn right onto Disher, then to turn right onto Gorham Road.
And then you've mentioned in response to Councillor Butler's question that the tanker trucks will be coming onto the site off of Gorham.
Correct.
And then funneling through to Disher Street.
Yes.
And Disher Street, you've indicated, according to the traffic study, has about 1,000 vehicles per day, including buses.
Yes.
And Gorham Road has about 9,000 per day. Your traffic study indicates that the two proposed restaurants, drive-throughs, were assessed independently. What does that mean?
Sorry, no, they were considered as with both were operational. So the traffic study was done as one traffic study for both locations. So
So they were assessed independently because it says when the impacts of the Lucky Gas development and the Petro Gold development are assessed independently, there's a minor impact. So there must have been a couple of components to the assessment.
yeah, they would have looked at what is the specifics that's occurring at this location, what are the specifics occurring at Petro Gold. Then they looked at them together to see what the cumulative effect would be on traffic in the area.
And the traffic study was really confined to those two proposals.
Yes.
Nothing extraneous to that, nothing with respect to other developments that are anticipated on Gorham Road, nothing with respect to further development in Crystal Beach as an example.
No, they weren't. It was the study area was defined for the traffic impact study.
That was defined by whom?
I believe it was in conjunction with staff when the traffic impact consultant started the work.
Okay, and I think you mentioned, or maybe I misheard, that there had been discussions about the possibility of access to the restaurant from Gorham Road, but that wasn't staff's preferred.
Yes, that's correct. There's concern about having too many exits onto and entrances onto Gorham Road. So the Disher Street entrance was identified as the preferred route in and out, or one of the accesses.
Right. You'd mentioned about the much of the noise from this site relative to the car wash comes not from the car wash if you use these modifications, but the vehicles.
Yes.
And aside from the models that have the auto stop if you're waiting in line, which will automatically cut off the engine until they move forward, how are you going to possibly enforce no idling?
Well, this is where we are hoping, or not hoping, this is where the owner will work with his customers because he knows them. I'm going to stop knocking that over. Try to, when he first opens, to actually have staff out there speaking to customers and say, please, shut off your engine. There will be signage at the start of the queue to say, no idling, please shut your engine off when waiting. If someone's waiting 6, 7, 8 minutes in that line, I would assume most people would shut their engine off when they're aware of it. But we can't take that as a given. But there will be a number of ways with the person coming into the convenience store to get a token or PIN number, and the owner hasn't decided yet how that's going to work. He will say to them, we have an idling policy, no idling. Please try to obey it. So we're going to look at any ways like that we can to reduce idling.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Councillor Dubanow?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the presenter. I know where this is, and I'm familiar with the location, but I've never actually been there when a refueling has actually happened. Mm-hmm. Do you know how the trucks currently come in? Do they currently utilize Disher Street? Do they wrap around or anything like that? I'm just trying to get some clarification.
Sure. The refueling trucks come in off of Gorham Road, comes around the top end down to this spot here. At that point, they shut off their engine, they turn off their lights, they do their refueling. When that's complete, that's the underground storage tank, then they exit onto Disher Street, turn right, and then right onto Gorham, and then leave the area.
So if I may, Your Worship, so they currently utilize the Disher Street exit?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other councillors? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So at this point, I will ask, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in favor of the proposal? Then if not, we'll go to, does anyone wish to speak in opposition or have questions that they want to raise with council? I'm going to go with you first, sir, and then I'll go with you. And for the record, we require your name and address.
My name's Robert Baker. I live at 3842 Disher Street. If you maybe put the thing back up, I can refer to it a little bit easier, the map of the thing. But I just want to point out to council a couple of things. On the Noyes study, my lot is the second lot over. And it is actually the noisier lot than the one beside the fence. And I want council to realize that that's where most of the noise is. The numbers Mr. Terrace gave you are not correct. The noise level in my lot, or point of arrival as they call it in their noise study, the noise level in my lot is 50 decibels. That's as low as it will go, ever. It's certainly not 50 decibels at this point. If you look, this isn't really the picture I want, but if you look at the, where the lots are laid out, I'm against the Friendship Trail, 3 lots from a gas station. I have a quiet lot. I really do. This is not reasonable that it's going to make 50 decibels. The other thing I want to point out is in the noise study, this is required by a perfectly fitted door. It has 5 layers and it has to be perfectly hung and fitted. If there's a gap, if somebody bumps it, if anything else changes, I'm now living at 60 decibels. Because the rate before it got to my property with the car wash running is 63 decibels, which is way beyond any reasonable limit for a backyard, I believe, in Ridgeway. I don't believe people are moving down here from Toronto to live at the provincial limit. That's not where I am now, and it's not where I want to be in the future. Okay? The other thing that I want to mention that kind of bothers me is that the study keeps mentioning for future restaurant, they want to evaluate future changes, maybe based on the restaurant. So what he's basically saying is, yeah, we can make it now, but down the line when the restaurant's running, depending on how many people and everything else, we're not going to make 50 decibels. Your decision here today, or when you make it, is going to make a huge difference in how my backyard is and how my life is. So I want you to realize that's the way it works. The future restaurant and the future impact of that, it says in the study that we may have to look at that again. Also in the council's report, it also says that even the town has said that the distance 2 meters to a residential property is not fair. I know I've given you all a handout of what I did some research on this. This 2 meters is not a reasonable distance to a residential property. So, a perfectly fitted door, no cars can be running, let alone windows down, radio on. We're talking a 12-minute cycle, and they're going to cut it down to 3 cars maximum. So even at 2 cars, I'm at 20 minutes listening to that gentleman's preferred choice of music. People don't roll up their windows in a drive-through. They don't shut their engines off all the time. Some will, absolutely. But this is not fair and reasonable to expect that everybody's going to not have their window down, not be yakking on their cell phone, not have their engine running. Guys in 4x4 trucks are not going to shut their engine off when they get to that. That's not how it works. You all know. You've been to drive-thrus. I've been through all around the peninsula since this has happened in a year and a half, and I've looked at every car wash I go by, I'm looking. And there isn't one, not one anywhere that's pointed at somebody's backyard at that distance. It's not reasonable. So I really don't think they're going to make the noise levels that he's speaking about. I don't think it's reasonable in any form. And I think there's going to be further problems down the line. Now, I will mention, because you were asking about the refill truck. Well, what happens when the refill truck comes in? If there's a car or a car with a trailer at the gas pumps, he can't get in. He can't get by them. He can't get by. I've heard the horn going. I've even heard the transport truck horn going bah, because he can't get through to fill up the tanks because there's cars in the filling station. They're at the pumps. He can't get by them. So everything is pushed to the absolute maximum of what is allowable. It's not fair to us. I've lived here 30 years. I've owned 2 homes in this town and paid my taxes all along. The one I've now sold, my mother-in-law's no longer with us. But this is not, a change like this to my life is not fair and reasonable. I asked them last time I was here, when I was here in front of council, and I told them I'd like you to change that car wash and spin it around so the side was facing us and the doors were facing the public area. But he wouldn't move one brick. He won't move one brick. So, according to what I read, the maximum, when this place hits its maximum, 2024, the number of cars going through this that are going to be going to the restaurant is over 50%. Is that not going to also impact the noise? It's not reasonable. It's just not reasonable. So I really ask council to deny this application, please, because there's no way. You're forcing me out of town is basically what you're going to do. So I'm sorry I'm not a speaker, but I am emotional about this because I really don't think this is going to come anywhere close to being reasonable. If the door doesn't fit right, or if some guy's running, what do I tell my grandkids when they're sitting at my pool? When some guy's got his wrap. There was no drive-through here before. A drive-through next to a residence at that distance, it's just not right. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baker. And we have received your typewritten notes.
Thank you.
So we'll have those as part of the record. Do any members of council have any questions of Mr. Baker? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. Erin Tyler, 1918 Nye Road, Fort Erie. Light pollution. Is there a restriction on how high the lights can be when in a residential neighborhood? Knowing that there are street lights on Disher and on Gorham, but in a concentrated area around a fast food place?
We'll find that out.
Okay. And where is the garbage storage located on this map?
That's a good question. Mr. Van der Veen, Mr. Terrace, where is it on this site?
Of course.
No, that's okay. So the
indoor garbage in the corner?
That's correct, yes, right there.
Right.
Yeah.
For the full of the facility?
Yes, that's so there would be anything from the convenience store would also be put in this, and it's an enclosed area for garbage. There's no outdoor garbage storage.
Standard 1 week pickup?
You'll have to speak up so that we can hear.
And standard 1 week pickup? If all of the garbage is going into one compartment, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 facilities that are going to be using the storage unit.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be private collection, so it would be as required, so whatever's set up under contract for the facility.
Okay, like a plaza.
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's the technical side of it. From the moral and mom side of it, a fast food restaurant located across the street from a school is risky, very risky business, especially considering the impression that I feel that Fort Erie and surrounding area, especially Crystal Beach, with how natural it seems to be growing. It's been very progressive in how it's made its moves to have people and control the flow of the people in the town. But then having a fast food restaurant across the street from a school, not so great. And also on that side of it, the smell that comes from, if it does happen to be a fast food restaurant that is frying food. There's some chicken places, for instance, that have a little bit of an odor that other neighborhoods have noticed. That's just a concern that I see coming up in the future. That's it. Thank you.
Just hold on. So the school that you're referring to is?
Is that school open?
No.
Okay.
It was closed some time ago. It's an adult.
I'm sorry, I just moved here. I just heard that you said the school, so.
Yeah, okay.
Let's flip that around and say on the Friendship Trail, you're riding along and now there's French fries and burgers rather than smoothies and other things that don't smell. Okay?
Any members of council have any questions of Ms. Taylor? Sorry, Tyler.
Yes, Tyler.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council with respect to this? I'm going to go to the back, and then I'll go to the gentleman with the W.
Mike Miner, 3859 Disher Street. That school you're talking about is still being used, not as a school, but they do have students there on Thursday night. They sleep the weekend. I'm the gentleman with the lights that are always shining on my house. It's become a problem because of the addition of the pumps at the top. Never was before because the pumps to the left were original. Excuse me. So that is causing an issue for me. I feel that if that restaurant and drive-through was turned towards the Gorham Road, which I personally, if the other restaurant can come out onto Gorham Road, I don't see why the other one can't. I know it'll cause a lot of problems with traffic, but you're going to have extreme traffic issues no matter if this goes through or not with both restaurants. To the point of the tanker truck, how many times have we heard him blowing his horn trying to get away from traffic? Like the whole thing just doesn't make any sense to me. Trying to be a good corporate citizen, I feel if you turned the restaurant around, and I just feel you should kibosh the car wash. I mean, I don't feel that there is the amount of people here for the for the car wash. The idling aspect, cars shut off, but I have one of the cars that shut off and it automatically comes back on 2.5 to 3 minutes. And that's going to be a car wash of approximately 8 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. The parking is, the proximity between the parking on the east wall for the restaurant to the west, the proximity is just too close. I just see issues with pedestrians. It's too much going on. I just feel there's too much going on there, and we need to reevaluate, I think. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Any members of council have any questions? So just in terms of the reorientation of the restaurant, could you explain that? So how would people gain access to the restaurant?
Why not come from Gorham Road?
Okay, so that was my question. So
yes.
Instead of, so the vehicles would come onto the site from Gorham Road, go around the back of the building, and then go out onto Gorham Road?
Yes, that's correct. That's all I could think of, because I'm not in favor of the design. The restaurant really would be okay if it went the opposite way. Is what I'm trying to say.
If the traffic didn't go on to Disher.
That's right. It is so extremely busy right now.
Okay.
Coming out of there.
Any other members of council have any questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Minor.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name's Jacob Vandenacker, and I live directly next door to Mr. Quidway's property at 3848 Disher Street.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Yeah, VAN space DEN space AKKER. Everyone's concerns are very valid. I have one that I'm particularly concerned with is the minor variance to shrink this backyard here. Now, I see this rectangle here. I know it's just lines that don't mean anything, but don't think that that's my house. My house is over here. I'm just worried about the proximity of the commercial property in relation to shrinking his backyard and the impact it may or may not have on me sitting on my deck in the backyard. You know, my girlfriend was here earlier. We might have kids. We don't want kids playing and people to be hanging out outside their cars smoking cigarettes or, you know, other things. You know, this is just kind of like just a concern of mine that I wanted to bring to your guys' attention. Other than that, everyone else's concerns kind of reflect mine. I'm not against, you know, someone trying to build a business or, you know, further a business, but I just wanted to point that out. And some of the other concerns are good, you know? That was all.
So just for clarity, you said you're at 3848?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Do any members of council have any questions of Mr. Vanderanker? Thank you very much. Before you go.
Yes.
So you support the idea of fence if there was a rezoning of the residential portion of the property next door to you to commercial. You would, if we were to do that, not saying that we will do that, but if we were to do that, you definitely support a fence.
Yes, if everything was to go through and despite everyone else's concerns, I would be in favor of a full 3-meter fence, if sound barrier quality, if possible, not wood, you know, like the ones that would be beside a highway separating a subdivision.
But that's your last resort.
Last resort. Well, yeah, of course, you know.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Yes, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Eilish BC and I live at 3830 Disher Street. My concerns are pretty much the same as everybody else's. We're still concerned about the noise. And one of my main concerns is the traffic though. I know a traffic study has been done, but we're adding more cars to Disher Street and there's already a lot of cars on Disher. We have kids playing on that street. I walk my dogs on that street. Many other people walk their dogs on that street. So we're concerned about safety still. We're really concerned also how we're going to get off of Disher Street now. By adding cars coming onto Disher Street, how are we going to get out of Disher Street onto Gorham if other cars are coming out of the gas station? How am I supposed to get to work on time? That's something that I'm a little bit nervous about. And I would ask that all of you consider what it would feel like to live there if this went through. Now then, we don't want to completely see this gone. We don't want to see the development shut down completely. As many people have made other suggestions, we're not against business. We want to see businesses succeed in Ridgeway. If one business succeeds, we all succeed because we're bringing more into Ridgeway. We definitely want that. We just feel like there's a way that it can be done that we're all in favor of, and a way that it can be done without encroaching onto our residential street. We don't want to live in a noisy place. That's why we moved to the sleepy town of Fort Erie, pretty much. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. BC. Any members of council have any questions? Yes, not. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council with respect to this matter? Okay, so I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. We're going to be dealing with the report a little later on. And we have one final public meeting. And that relates to permit fees. Good evening, Mr. Jennings.
Good evening, Your Worship.
I bet you didn't
Council.
plan on being at work until 10 o'clock.
No, this is a later one than usual for me. Thank you. This is the public meeting for the proposed fee increase changes to building permit fees. This public meeting is a requirement under the Building Code Act. For public notice, the newspaper, public newspaper did have an ad on February 13th, and that is in requirement with the Building Code Act. That meets the minimum requirements. In addition to that, There were additional council-approved measures, which included posting on the town's website, town's Facebook page, and in addition to that, notice of this meeting, as well as an excerpt of the proposed building permit fees, were sent to the town's local builders. Finance Department presented the fee and charges report to council on December 4th with the recommendation that staff prepare a bylaw to adjust the building permit fees following the public meeting. To date, I did hear back from one builder who did respond to my correspondence that was sent out, and they stated that they had not able to attend the meeting and they had no comments concerning the proposed fee increases. So why are we looking at a fee change? The Building Code Act does allow municipalities to collect fees that represent the actual cost and anticipated costs for the administration of the Building Code Act and its regulations. When revenues are collected, revenues exceeding the anticipated expenses or the funds are transferred to a reserve account, and when they are not sufficient, the cost to cover the associated charges is coming from the general tax levy. You can see on the enclosed chart the previous years what we've had for our budgeted revenues versus budgeted expenses and the actual supplemented by the tax. So those were budgeted numbers. It is expected that with the proposed fee increases, the town would see an increase of revenue of about $70,000. In order to reach the budgeted cost neutral, a fee increase of approximately 30% would be required. Building permit fees and the revenues collected are directly impacted by the permit activity. If we have a busier years, our revenues go up, but as things slow down, our fees are noticeably less. Just so you know, most municipalities are already at or are striving to be at that cost neutral position. So a little bit of history on our building permit fees and what's been done in the past. Each year we do look at the consumer price index as the minimum increase. So in 2016, we did see a 0.9%. That was the CPI for that year. In 2017, we saw a 1.8% increase, but there were a selected number of categories that did see larger than the 1.8%. And that occurred again in 2018, was a 1.7%, with some fees seeing a larger increase and some not seeing any increase at all. So in 2019, we did see a 2.2% increase for CPI, again with some fees receiving a 10% increase. That brought them in line with the regional average fees. So this is an example of the different categories and proposed fees. You can see that the assembly use is proposed to go to $1.75 from $1.60. Regional average is $1.75 a square foot. But I did put in here that we show the regional high and low for your information. So the highest in the region right now for assembly occupancies is actually $2.07 a square foot. So the assembly use is proposed to see a 9.1% total increase, which is the CPI of 1.7 plus an additional 7.4 to bring it up into the regional average. I don't know if you want me to go through all of these. The residential one, the CPI index would be sufficient to bring us in line with the average, would be slightly less. The other big increases would be mercantile, which is showing a total of 13.8%. We are currently at $1.27 a square foot, where the regional average is $1.45, with the high in the region at being at $1.84. Minimum fee would go, is proposed to increase from $150 minimum fee to $160. Regional average, there is one municipality that does have a regional fee or a minimum fee of $260, plus they have a per square footage charge on top of that. And the low one in the region is $120. A couple other changes in the proposed bylaws. One of them is public pools. We don't see a lot of public pools, but we do, and they are quite a bit of work. So we're proposing to see a larger increase on that from $430 up to a flat fee of $500 to help cover our costs. Regional average is $757, but we're just proposing to go to the 500 at this stage, and we'll look at it in the future. But that is showing a 16.2%. Farm buildings is almost doubling, and it's going from 18 cents to 30 cents is proposed, and that is to bring it in line with the regional average. Minimum value of construction, where we cannot classify type of construction, we do it based on estimated value of construction. So right now we're at $14.12 per $1,000 of value, and that's proposed to go up approximately 60 cents. Change of use permits. In 2019, we had a number of fees that did not see the increase. It was proposed that they were supposed to go up to the 150, but a couple of them got missed. So it is a little higher increase on the change of use permit, transfer permits, moving permits, and then we have a permit requirements for gasoline and similar tanks to go from $133 to bring it in line with the minimum proposed minimum fee of $160. The remainder of the fees are proposed to see the CPI indexing of 1.7%, but there are a few fees that will not be increasing. One of them is our industrial, institutional, and commercial are not going to see any renovation charges. Our renovation charges already exceed the regional minimum, so those are going to stay where they are. And a couple of them, just due to rounding, it's easier just to keep the fee where they are. There's an example of existing rates on a new single-family dwelling versus the proposed rates with the new rate increases. House area is 2,360 square feet, a garage of 445 square feet, and a porch of 123 square feet. Current rates put the total building permit fee at $3,312. With the proposed rate increases, that changes to $3,365. It's a difference of just over $50. And based on estimated value of construction on that house of $300,000, it's 0.01% of the actual value of construction is the proposed rate increase. Annual increases to the permit fees equal to CPI are still proposed to take place each year. And to ensure that we're still on track, that the building permit fees would be reviewed against the region, and just to look at what our expenses are to make sure that we are still striving to be that cost neutral position. Next steps is the user fee bylaw would be presented to council on March 23rd for their consideration. And that concludes my presentation at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jennings. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Jennings. Thank you. That was a very interesting presentation. I just have two quick questions for you. So it appears as though we're kind of, we're in the medium, let's say. And is there a particular municipality that is always trending on the low side? And do you know what municipality that might be?
There are a couple. One of them is Port Colborne, is usually a little bit on the lower side. And I believe the other one is Lincoln. Okay. But I take that for the majority of their fees. Some of their fees are actually higher. But if you were looking generally, theirs is a little bit lower.
My other question was, you had indicated that for our industrial, with regard to renovations, there's no increase because we tend to exceed the regional average. Why is that?
That's just the way the fees were when we started. When I started here, we've done the CPI on those historically, but usually we have not increased them anything beyond just the CPI index, hoping that the rest of the region will catch up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors have any questions? So Mr. Jennings, with respect to your presentation, it looks like the town of Fort Erie is drifting towards the regional average.
That's the proposal, yes.
And all of these will be pretty much at the regional average, which means that in the future, if the regional average only increases by the cost of living, that's what we would increase.
That's correct.
Does that have any, do these fees have any impact, in your opinion, on the amount of construction activity that takes place in Fort Erie?
I have not seen that, no, not from my experience.
So there's been no apparent impact over the last 4 years with respect to the number of permits that are being issued?
No, permit numbers are up over the last couple of years. Our housing starts are definitely on the rise, and even some of our commercial stuff is on the rise.
Okay. Are there any other questions? If no, thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Jennings. Sorry you had to wait so long, but I'm sure it was very informative. Okay, that takes us to the consent agenda. Any items anyone wishes removed? The conflict is in, I believe it's under IS, is it not? It was IS 09. You have one. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry.
This has to be open to the public for comment?
Oh. Oh. I could have swore that everybody here has already spoken to us. I'm very sorry. Correct. Does my hunger appear that obvious? All right, well then, yes, this is a public meeting, which is where we started. So is there any member of the audience that wishes to address council with respect to the proposed increases in building permit fees? Did I miss anyone? No. Okay. So then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. Thank you very much, Mr. James, for bringing me back on track. Yes, PDS 15-2020, which relates to the Peacebridge Village. And any others? I'd like PDS 12-2020, which is the report relative to the active transportation master plan, also dealt with separately. A lot of meat there. Okay, if there are no others to be removed from the package, I'll ask for a motion. Councillor Dubanow moves the balance of the consent agenda. Are there any questions? Councillor Noyes.
In regards to PDS 15-2020, we separated that, okay.
15 is out, right.
Hang on, there's a few.
Yeah.
It's here. In regards to IS 08-2020, the reconstruction options for damages to Waverly Beach sections, I know that in the report it talked about the need for shoreline protection, and I would hope that we put the horse before the cart. You know, I don't think we could have anticipated the amount of damage that occurred this year, and I'm hoping that we put something in place so that we don't get it undone again, whether it be moving or whatever. And I do know that part of the report is talking about option 1, 2, or 3, and I'm not sure which option. Are we agreeing to a particular option in this?
No, these are two separate recommendations.
Okay.
So one has to do with hiring an engineer, and one has to do with stabilizing the current situation. Is that correct, Mr. Cookett? Mr. Walsh, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarity, the second that in the recommendation is simply paving over the stone base that's there right now. There's no improvements other than that planned until we can get a more permanent design in place. If the storm comes up, we run the risk of ending up back where we are right now, and it's 15,000 down the drain in asphalt, and we'll come back and pave it again until we can get a more permanent solution in place.
Thank you for that explanation. And we have not yet heard from the other levels of government in regards to our application for
Not yet.
emergency relief. Okay. So that was that question. I was just going to comment on the COS 03-2020 about the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We did take that recommendation from Ms. Schofield. It was brought up at our last meeting, and everybody was very much in favor of it. We would like to have a full complement, and several of our members are snowbirds. So when we don't have a full complement of 19, and we have 5 or 6 of them flying south, we land up with 8 or 9 of us. So they are very much in favor of being able, and we've had some individuals from the community express interest in sitting on the committee too, which is always nice to hear. And then I had a few questions on FES 01-2020, and I did have a chance to talk to Mr. Millison about this, so I just wanted to ask these questions here.
Sure.
In regards to, there was a comment about Black Creek and the problems with the, getting late, I'm forgetting what the electronics, like, so the call center or whatever, them not getting the calls. I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
That had to do with coverage?
Yes.
Chief?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The issue came up in the 2018 capital budget where we were looking for fixed extenders to help us with coverage on portable radios, so the ones that they hold in their hands, not the mobiles that are on the vehicles. We have an issue in the Point Abano area and the Black Creek along the river. Limited communication. They're sort of blindish spots to us. The fixed extenders did not work, and we returned that money back to the capital budget. This year we went in with a mobile extender option, which appears to work very well, or is going to work very well. And that will be placed on pump 6 for the Crystal Beach area and pump 5 for the Stevensville area. And they're basically going to take the mobile extender with them. And if they have poor radio communications, then they would just turn it on the truck and it would give them the communication they need.
Councillor Noyes?
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. There was 2 more questions. I'll give you both questions so you can answer one after the other. One was about the change in the retirement from 15 years to 10 for volunteers, that they could retire. And you explained it to me, but I think it would be interesting for the public to hear also about the motor vehicle accidents, that how we recoup, or do we recoup our costs for our fire services responding to them.
Chief?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Thank you for asking the questions. It's actually a retention item. Our previous human resources policy, which we redid late 2019 for volunteer firefighters, if they, for a better word, resigned prior to year 15, they had to return their Class A uniform and they were no longer invited to the banquet. So as part of a retention program, and quite honestly, we didn't want their uniforms back after 10 years, we reduced the 15 years to 10 years, so you would have full retirement status at the 10-year mark, keep your Class A uniform, and be invited to the banquet from that point forward. The accidents on the QEW, basically the Queens Highway, so the QEW and our response to Highway 3 between Rose Hill Road and our boundary at the S-Bend, we can charge the MTO rate, which is $483 roughly per truck per hour for our response there. And the MTO will pay us for that. So we do invoice for accidents on the QW and Highway 3.
Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further, thank you.
Any other councillors? Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just on, I got the same question for ISO 7 and ISO 8. And my question is to Mr. Walsh, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but if I remember correctly, Mr. Walsh mentioned that when he made the application for the grants that we weren't allowed to do any of the work if we did get any grant money. And will any of these reports, will that reflect at all our availability for the grants?
Mr. Walsh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a point of clarification, if I understand Councillor Lubberts properly. In the cleanup from the storm, our staff time was not submittable as refundable from the MDRA. If we worked overtime on cleanup, that was submittable through the grant. So what we did, we still had to carry on with our normal course of business through the day, was we kept our own forces on that and brought in contractors to undertake the cleanup as necessary. Those bills have been submitted to the region. Regarding any future works, they've all been identified in the application, the MDRA, and they will be covered if we're successful in our application.
Councillor Lubberts?
So I take it we're okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Just want to go back to, I've got a few questions. Just want to go back to the report with respect to the fire department. I want to congratulate you, Chief, with respect to excellent report and excellent results. So not only you, but also your staff and all of the volunteer firefighters done an excellent job. And I know that we've recently received correspondence that indicates that the fire marshal has approved the latest emergency plan submission. So congratulations on that. The only question I had related to the response attendance with respect to suppression incidents. Is that a function of the fact that there are more volunteers available to respond, or is this a downward trend?
To you, Mr. Mayor, it's actually a data issue. When we instituted Firehouse, which is a data-based mining type program, our numbers might have been overstated based on the formula that we inputted to draw the data out. So that's why in the report I made a comment that its data acquisition was the change and not necessarily a change to our present membership.
Okay, thank you very much. And then with respect to IS 11 2020, on page 5, there was Mr. Waltz, there was an indication that there was a change in scope with respect to this particular project. And it looks like there was something maybe related to the sanitary sewer, or could you enlighten us on that?
Thank you, I will. Yes, the original scope when we set the budget was for water main and road reconstruction only. Through the course of investigation, the replacement of the sanitary sewers were added.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know whether you, Mr. Waltz, or maybe it's Ms. Dolch or one of you, with respect to PDS 13-2020, the Kettle Court subdivision, which we're asked to pre-approve servicing, I take it that the servicing for sewer doesn't take place until the MOE has provided a certificate of approval.
The construction should not take place until approval.
Right, okay, it wasn't particularly clear on that. And with respect to sidewalks, Ms. Dolch, there's an indication that there will be sidewalks inside the subdivision. What about on Dominion Road? Since we're now being faced with the prospect of spending millions of dollars to put in sidewalks, will there be any sidewalks on Dominion Road along the frontage of this development?
No, Your Worship. When this was draft plan approved, it was quite a while ago. At that time, it wasn't contemplated.
So it wasn't a condition at the time it was approved many years ago?
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't know if recently the regions looked at some transportation and master planning with regard to sidewalks on the regional roads, but we haven't looked at it.
That's a section of Dominion Road that has been reconstructed, I think, all the way to Washington. Okay. And with respect to Ms. Dolch, perhaps, the Bird Avenue report, PDS 14-2020, are there any environmental conservation issues with respect to this property in the event there's going to be some construction on the site?
There is some environmental conservation overlay on the property, but when we sell the parcel, any future construction would be required to go through that approval process.
Thank you. I had no other questions. Any other questions by members of council? Then I'll call the question on the consent agenda as amended. All those in favor? None opposed. That is carried. So I need a mover for PDS. PDS 12, 2020, Councillor Butler. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Zanko.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I also want to compliment Chris Miller, and I know he's going to hate this, but he just constantly impresses me, and especially with this master plan. I mean, although this is just coming forward now, I know that this committee and the committee before this term has been really working hard at this. So I'm hopeful that council will support this. And kudos to Chris and to obviously the consultant again.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, who's the acting mayor? Councillor Noyes, can I hand the chair to you because I wanted to address this?
Sure.
Yes. You're now in control.
I'm now in control.
I support this, and I would echo the comments made by Councillor Zanko with respect to the amount of work and consultation that's gone into this. The importance of active transportation as it relates to a number of assets and facets of what we're trying to accomplish is evident. In particular, getting people up and moving. It's obviously related to the health of the community and the attractiveness of the community to people who live here, people who may be inclined to move here, and people who visit here. The one thing that I guess surprised me was the magnitude of the potential costs as we go forward. And obviously we wouldn't have to be charging our taxpayers for all of that because there could be some grant money down the road. There could be some sidewalks installed through development, et cetera, and maybe some work with respect to road construction, which will slightly add to the budget, but would be undertaken in any event. However, there are large costs, and we do have a lot of priorities that we've established for ourselves, including affordable housing, healthcare, sustainable infrastructure. And so this report focuses on active transportation and accessibility issues as expressed by Mr. Hernandez-Galeano. I think that we need some context with respect to this. And so I'd like to move an amendment to the first paragraph so that it would read thusly. The Council approves in principle the active transportation master plan, including the networks as contained in Appendix 1 to report number PDS 12, 2020, and authorizes staff to proceed with a report with recommendations as to implementation, recognizing other council priorities as set forth in the town's 2018 to 2022 strategic plan. And the purpose of that would be to allow staff to help us to understand how we're going to be able to integrate some of the work that's being recommended here and how we're going to be able to manage being able to proceed with all of the strategic objectives that we have in mind. So, Madam Chair, that's my recommendation or my motion to amend the first paragraph.
I need a seconder?
Not in committee.
Okay. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment? The amendment carries. The report is back on the floor as amended. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amended report? The report carries as amended. Back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. That takes us then to PDS 15, 2020. I need a mover for that. Councillor Zanko. Are there any questions or comments with respect to that? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. Our Director of Planning and Development, Mrs. Dolt, this is her first meeting with that title, so I thought I'd use it, provided me with some information that I think might be helpful. This was, and I'll read it as she has provided it to me. In response to the concerns raised regarding the EAC comments for the above noted project, Ashton Homes would be willing to agree to the following. 1, to provide enhanced boulevard street tree plantings throughout the Phase 2 development. The proposed trees are to be shown on the required streetscaping plan to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning and Development Services. And 2, to provide enhanced plantings in the exterior side yard of the lots/blocks flanking Arthur Street. Foundation planting plans for typical exterior side yard is to be completed by the Ontario landscape architect to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning and Development Services. And he also said he would be here if we wish him to speak on the matter further.
So just for clarification, Ms. Dolch, is any part of that to be an amendment to the recommendations in the report?
Yes, Your Worship, we would need to add that as condition of approval in Appendix 8.
Okay, so Councillor Noyes, essentially you're asking for an amendment to add
Yes.
the enhanced plantings on the boulevard, interior boulevards, and on the exterior side yards?
Yes. There is a, as I read it, there's more than just that, but yes.
So why don't you put that in the form of an amendment, and then we can have a chance to listen again.
So I'd like to put an amendment forward. Okay, that we add the two that's, that the developer provide enhanced boulevard street tree plantings throughout the Phase 2 development. The proposed trees are to be shown on the required streetscaping plan to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning and Services. And a second that, to provide enhanced plantings in the exterior side yard of lots/blocks flanking Arthur Street. Foundation planting plans for typical exterior side yard is to be completed by the Ontario landscape architect to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning and Development Services.
Everybody clear on the motion to amend? Questions? All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Okay, let me do it again. All those in favor? Opposed? Or there's nobody opposed? Okay, anything further, Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further.
Any other councillors? I had a question with I just want clarification, Ms. Dolch. The report said one thing, but the draft conditions provide that the construction of Arthur Street will be from Garrison down to Louisa, or Louise Street. And so that's the way it will be?
Your Worship, right now, it is a development charge project.
Right.
That we're looking at. There has been discussion internally amongst staff on how far that will go at this point in time, given some other servicing works that we need to have undertaken in that section. Perhaps Mr. Walsh can, no, perhaps not. My understanding is that they're going to do it to the entrance of their road at this point and not all the way down, other than the pavement section, not the full servicing that's required.
Okay, so I'm looking at Appendix 6, I think it is, which deals with this issue. It's got the draft conditions. And, sorry, maybe page 79. Right, page 79, condition 15. Developer is responsible to front-end the reconstruction of Arthur Street to an urban cross-section and the construction of storm sewers from Garrison Road to Louisa Street. That's in this report, and that's what the draft conditions of approval are that we're being asked. I think that makes sense. We're going to be, the developer front-ends it, but it's a development charge project, which means he would be reimbursed. Correct? That's on page 79.
That's correct. It'll just be, and again, we have other works that have to occur in Arthur Street. It just depends to what level he will do those road improvements.
Well, help me with this, because I'm looking at a report that has a series of draft plan approval conditions. And this report says that we would be approving this subject to these conditions. So is this a condition or not a condition? Says that it is a condition, that it would be reconstructed from Garrison to Louisa Street, which is what I think should happen. And because at some point, I presume Louisa Street's going to be coming through.
Yes, Your Worship, if that's what you'd like to see happen, we can definitely continue to do that based on that condition there. The concern from staff was it was a development charge project. In terms of designing the work, we spoke with Infrastructure Services, and there was some concern in terms of that full length being done with sewer and all the other things that need to occur, and whether or not the developer should go ahead and front end that work at this time. But in terms of the road cross section, that will occur. It's whether or not the full servicing that is needed would be done at this point in time. But if you'd like to see that happen, we can definitely do that. It's a development charge project. It's something they could front end, and we would just return the fees towards that.
Mr. Walsh, do you want to weigh in on this? I mean, it seems to me if we're going to put in the road, we should put in the infrastructure.
From my recollections, Mr. Mayor, of the conversation we had with the developer's engineer, the concern is that the development itself is serviced, so the need for underground infrastructure on Arthur, just north of Louisa, is somewhat questionable, given that it would be servicing the west side of Arthur, and given the ownership and fabric structure, property fabric structure in there, the timing of that is unknown at best. And we were loath to have infrastructure sitting in the ground unused.
So we've got coordinator of development approvals that has recommended that as a condition. We have draft conditions for approval, which contain it. And I hear what you're saying, Mr. Walsh, but I don't know why we wouldn't. If we approve this report, my view is that we've approved that as a condition. Ms. Dolch, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong, and we can modify that condition in that section to indicate just that the developer is responsible to front end the reconstruction of Arthur Street to an urban cross-section and the construction of storm sewers from Garrison to their property.
Well, that's what the report was suggesting, but that's not what the coordinator of development approvals has suggested, and that's not what the condition of draft approval stated. I wanted clarification because I think it should go to, I agree with Mr. Korovar, I think it should go forward because I see Louisa Street being opened, number one, and number two, I think a development on the west side of Arthur is inevitable if this proceeds. So why wouldn't we? Mr. Walsh, do you want to weigh in on this, or should I go to Mr. Cookett?
Well, I've stated we don't know when development is going forward on there. I believe, if I recall correctly, the lands on the west side of Arthur need significant cleanup before they can be in a state for residential development. And that's why I stated that the timing is unknown at best.
So, Ms. Dolch, just so that we're clear, the third substantive provision of this report says that council approves the amendment to the town's official plan of Peacebridge Village Phase 2 subdivision as detailed in Appendix 3 and direct staff to submit necessary bylaw. Sorry, the one before that, council directs staff to circulate the conditions of draft plan approval. So the process would be, we approve this, the conditions of draft plan approval are circulated to various agencies, and then what? They provide us with further comments?
In terms of the conditions, no, these are the conditions that go ahead with draft plan approval.
Right. As set out in the appendix.
8.
Right. Okay. Does anybody have any questions arising out of that? If I made this as complicated as possible? Madam Clerk, do we have to have a motion to continue on? Anybody here interested? Councillor Butler. To extend the time until, let's try 10:45. Is that agreeable? Well, it's 10:06 now. We still have a couple of reports. Why don't we say 10:45? All those in favor? Okay, we'll carry on. Anybody else have any other questions with respect to this report? All those in favor? None opposed, it is carried. Okay, that then takes us to Planning and Development Services, Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. Planning and Development Services is now in session. I think there are no presentations and delegations at this time. That brings us to report number PDS 11-2020, Proposed Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, 26262 Gorham Road, 3854 Dishes Street, Urban and Environmental Management, Incorporated, Greg Taras, Agent, Lucky Gas, Najib Kudakwe. I have a move by Councillor Zanko. Any comments or questions on this report? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if, through you to the director, if she could comment on some of the concerns that the constituents had, especially Mr. Sider, where the restaurants could be turned to a different angle so that the flow would be behind it instead of in front of the restaurant, and then there would be an entrance and exit point onto Gorham.
Ms. Dolt?
Through you to the councillor. The site itself, our concern from planning staff is the site is there's too much going on the site. The site's congested at this point. In terms of accessing Gorham Road with two additional access points, we get one point very close to that corner intersection, which is a bit of a conflict. Is there a way, should the house be removed to accommodate everything? Possibly, but it would have to be a total redesign of the site. The issue that we have is the gas pumps in the north are on that angle, which make it very difficult to get in and out of that section. In terms of maybe perhaps shrinking down the restaurant, I've looked at that a bit, shrinking down the restaurant a bit to provide an access point to Gorham by combining an entrance might be possible, but again, we'd have to reconfigure, the whole site would have to be reconfigured with possibly using that existing dwelling at this point in time. It's just not deep enough to accommodate the drive-through, the parking, the car wash, the propane facility, all those things.
Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that how the residents would feel about that house being removed, and if it needs to be accommodated, I can see that they would be okay with it so long as there were, I guess, landscaping that would mitigate intrusion from the house directly next to it. And also that would mitigate the light piercing into what would then be two homes instead of the one home by Mr. Sider. So, but this is for information purposes anyway. You're going to be discussing this back and forth with the developer, and then it'll come back to council one last time, won't it?
Ms. Dolt?
Through you to the councillor, that's correct. We, based on the concerns we've heard tonight, we'll touch base with the developer's consultant to see if there's some solutions that we can come up with to try to mitigate the concerns.
Anything further, Councillor Butler? Councillor Zanko?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Ms. Dolch. Is there, I mean, I drove by this site again yesterday, and I just cannot figure out how this is all going to be placed on this site. It is very busy. Is there ever a point that staff looks at this and thinks, you know, there's just too much? And I know this is for information purposes. This is why I'm asking you.
Ms. Dolch?
Through you to the councillor, we have communicated that a couple times, that we feel the site is too tight to the developer and as well as his consultant. They have reduced car wash bays and things like that, but we still feel there's a bit of conflict and there's too much going on, that there will be conflict on the site.
Ms. Zanko, Councillor Zanko?
Thank you. And my second question with regard to the car wash, why, and I don't know if you would know this answer, but why couldn't they turn the car wash around? I mean, the residents that live behind the car wash, there's such a small buffer. I can't imagine the noise impact in addition to the restaurant and all the other patrons visiting for gas. It just doesn't make sense to me why they wouldn't just flip that around to make that less of a noise impact.
Mr. Holt?
Through you to the councillor, I think there's a couple reasons that could be possible that result in that. There is a propane facility right at the entrance of that car wash, which would be blocked by flipping that around. It also may turn into be too tight where that aisle access width, where the we need a certain distance from that could minimize that throat. But perhaps Mr. Terrace is here. He may be able to give you a direct answer why it could not be flipped. I'm assuming it's more because of the propane tanks that are there and they want them to remain.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Did we want to hear from Mr. Terrace? Mr. Terrace, would you like to come up and answer that and explain?
Mr. Mayor, we did look at turning the car wash, but as Ms. Dolch indicated, the propane facility is in the way and it wouldn't allow for us to have the required 4-car queuing lane for the car wash to fit it in that way with turning the facility.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Terrace? Okay. Mayor Redekop?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I've got a lot of problems with this proposal, starting with the fact that there seems to be a lot of stuff being crammed onto a small parcel. It's adjacent to a residential area. We've got the prospect of another similar type facility going up across the street. And we've got development that we are pretty confident is going to occur at some point just to the north. And we've got a lot of growth and we're attracting a lot of people to Crystal Beach. So if this isn't a recipe for problems, I don't think I've seen one. Councillor Noyes, I think, hit the nail right on the head. We have a drive-through restaurant in Crystal Beach on Ridgeway Road. It's been a problem from the beginning. And I see in the regional comments that this is on their, Gorham Road is on their bicycle network. I just can't imagine we're going to have vehicles going to a car wash, a gas bar, a drive-through restaurant, and we're going to have the tankers coming in and out. Got buses on Disher. Yes, people can make rights in and outs. What about, Madam Chair, can I ask Ms. Dolch, what about right in, right out? Because we're going to have these two facilities right across the street from each other. What if we make it, you can only go to this site if it's a right-hand turn?
Ms. Dolch?
Through to His Worship, that is possible. We can look at that as a possible option in terms of a right-in only. I still think, again, with the amount of traffic on this site and the amount that's going on, there will be some conflicts, even with the right-in on site.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I just can't imagine how this is going to work. I can't imagine that we would permit this the way it is currently set up. I mean, the regional policy plan, which our staff indicates this proposal meets the regional objectives, has policy 3.D.9. New commercial development or redevelopment should be assessed in relation to community character and be appropriately located. I can't imagine that this is met, that this development meets that. So I have a lot of concerns. We have asked perhaps Mr. Walsh can inform us if we're moving anywhere as close to having a traffic study that would gauge impacts from Garrison Road south. That was something that we had talked about. I can't recall whether we put that in the budget or not.
Mr. Walsh?
So it was included in the budget. We're writing the RFP as we speak. We had a quick meeting up in the engineering division a week and a half ago on details of the scope. So that we don't expect the results of that until late summer, I would suppose.
Well, I don't think we should be dealing with this until at least then. And I do think we should be asking the proponent to make some changes to this plan. It's too busy, there's too much stuff going on, and I don't even like the idea of the commercial zoning being shifted further into the neighborhood. I think that's problematic as well. It was a car wash, it was a gas bar, it was, pretty functional, I guess, to some respects. But now we're talking about a completely different animal, and I think that there needs to be a lot more work done on this. I just think that it's far too much on a small parcel of property, knowing what we know is going to be proposed and coming down the road. So I don't think we should even deal with this until we've got our own traffic study, which will give us some indication as to whether, in fact, someone else sees it the same way we do, or we're just overreacting. Although, if I lived on Disher Street, I wouldn't think I'm overreacting. I'd be very concerned about it. I think the conflicts are unbelievable. I can't, it says that there'll be some difficulties making left-hand turns out of this property and the property across the street. There'll be difficulties making left-hand turns in. If we have any backing up on that drive-through, they're on Disher Street. We've got the buses coming. I would imagine there must be school buses. I don't know if the school buses go down that road or not. But I'm just very uncomfortable with this. I wouldn't support this evening. If that means that it should be deferred, I'm okay with that. If it means deferring it until we have our own traffic study, which takes a look at Gorham Road south of Garrison, I'd be supportive of that. But I think there ought to be a lot more conversations between staff and the developer here as to how they're going to make this look even remotely possible.
Mayor Redekop, are you making a motion to defer?
I don't think I can if I've spoken.
Oh,
Can I, Madam Clerk?
Okay, actually, Councillor Lubberts had his hand up.
You may, if no one else chooses to speak to it.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Lubberts? I'm sorry? She was.
Go ahead.
What was the comment from the clerk? I didn't hear it.
I could move to defer it. No one else wishes to speak.
All right, no, I was going to ask if we could bring up the site plan slide, but I see Our Lady has left. But no, I agree with Mayor Redekop. looking at this, just the site plan itself. And a couple of us have mentioned the problems that we have down in Crystal Beach, right, with the drive-through down there. And I can see the same thing happening. But if you look at the site plan, at least down on Ridgeway Road, there's traffic flow. You can only get into it one way, and you can only get out of it one way. You can turn left or right when you get out, but you can only get in through the drive-through. The flow is right. But this one, you can come in from Gorham Road, you can meander all through and zigzag around all the gas pumps and try to get into some queuing line that's there, but you can come in from Disher Street and turn in and try to get into the drive-through that way. But somebody's trying to get out from the gas pumps. This guy's trying to get in. Some guy's trying to back up because he's parked back there, and he's trying to get into the traffic flow. I mean, Mayor Redekop, if you're right, if this is a recipe for disaster, you don't have to be able to read to see that this is a recipe for disaster. I can't. I could never support something like this. And I understand where staff is coming. Staff looks, if the developer wants to make an application for something like this, if the property zoning allows for this to happen, then, they can apply. It's up to us to decide whether we're going to let it happen or not. But in this case, this property is zoned, and there's certain things that you can do on the property. This guy wants to do everything. It's just too much. We can't allow this to happen. I know this is just for information purposes, but there needs to be major changes to this proposal. I wouldn't support it tonight, and unless there's major changes, I won't support it later.
Councillor Dubanow, you had your hand up for comment?
Yeah, I did, Madam Chair, and thank you very much. I'm torn on this because I understand that Gorham Road is a commercial corridor. It's where you would expect to see gas stations, restaurants, other type of businesses of that nature. I also live off Spears Road myself and turn left onto Garrison Road every morning. And I also understand that when you're making a turn onto an arterial road where you have businesses and you have activity, it can sometimes be difficult at peak times. And the traffic study hinted at that. And it's almost expected when you're dealing with that. So I'm not against the idea of having that type of business located in that area, or perhaps even the traffic that comes with it. It's expected on a commercial corridor. I'm concerned about the site plan. And I think Councillor Lubberts hit the nail on the head that it's trying to be everything. And I almost wonder if, procedurally, I'm not sure if deferring this, if it holds it right up, or if we approve it for information purposes, which allows the conversation to continue on how we can kind of massage this and get it working properly. Ms. Dolch said it best, it's a very cramped site. And if there was one thing that could be eliminated from that site to be able to accommodate everything else, I think that's a discussion that we need to have with the proponent to say, what are you willing to eliminate to make this work? Because I think every single little thing there and where it's located just makes it difficult. And the difficulty in being able to adjust that site has the impact on the neighbors that we have. So I don't want to see this deferred because I think we need this kind of growth to happen in our community. There's a demand for it. We have a lot of residential growth going on, and in turn, you need the commercial services to be able to sustain that. But at the same time, I'm very concerned about the site plan. So if it's for information purposes, I'd be prepared to support that, knowing that this process is going to continue. But I need perhaps some clarification from staff on how we move from there, because I don't want to defer this and hold this process up even longer if we can continue to have this conversation by approving the report for information tonight. And I'm just wondering if maybe staff could clarify that for me, Madam Chair.
Ms. Dolch?
Through you to the councillor. If we proceed tonight and the report is received for information purposes, we would have further discussions with the developer and his consultant to see if there's things that can be looked at on the site. Because generally the uses he is proposing aren't uses that offend our official plan or anything like that. This is an expected area for those types of uses. It's just the site is a little too tight at this point in time. I think perhaps shrinking some things, modifying some things may allow for it to occur, and perhaps considering Disher Street as a no entrance point. There is an existing entrance, but I do appreciate the opinion of the residents in terms of how much traffic will continue to go through that with the uses proposed currently. So I think if you do accept this for information, we can still have that discussion. If it changes the plan significantly, we may have to go back to a future public meeting with the public to make sure that they get their say in terms of what the new proposal is. So it really doesn't delay it if you accept it for information. If you defer it, we do have to come back, I believe, with the same report, but perhaps I can clarify that with the clerk.
Ms. Schofield?
Yes, if you postpone this, this report will come back, but you'll have a supplemental report with additional information.
Thank you for that information.
And if I may,
You still
yeah,
have the
Madam Chair.
floor?
So we could approve this report tonight for information purposes, continue the conversation, and the proponent could continue with however they wish and however they need to move along. But this would still be coming before council, perhaps even modified after discussions for final approval. Madam Chair, would that be correct?
Yes, I think. I see Ms. Schofield shaking her head.
Okay,
in the affirmative.
that satisfies me. Then I'd be prepared to approve this for information purposes tonight, knowing that the conversation will continue on how we can make the site work.
I think I saw Councillor McDermott.
Well, I tend to agree with most of you. And I think that the people that spoke tonight were articulate and more concerned about their neighborhood than the development itself. I think for the most part, for such a small parcel of land, there's big expectations by the developer. And I think that one thing that we've learned tonight is like, council thinks it's way too busy. And I tend to agree. So, you know, we'd like to see it continue, but we know it has to be modified. It's just plain and simple, too much going on, not enough room. A development like that would be far better on the highway, where, you know, you can get in and out and have lots of room. There's not room for parking there for a restaurant and everything that wants to go with that. So I think we have to be, you know, very careful on, because number one, that I've lived in Ridgeway before. That's a well-established neighborhood, and I don't really believe there's 1,000 cars that go by there every day, but I know it's a busy area, and I know it's just going to get even busier with whatever new development goes there. But my suggestion is that we move ahead with it, and you know full well how we feel. It's not like we're hiding anything here. And so we've been open and transparent about our problems, so I think the people have on numerous occasions been here and talked about theirs. And that's one thing we have in common. It's way too busy. We'd like to see it modified. So I'll be supporting accepting this for information purposes and hopefully mitigating the circumstances that we're having with this project.
Mayor Redekop?
So I just have a couple other questions. I noticed that the Gateway secondary plan, Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan speaks of drive-through facilities on the Gorham Commercial Gateway being acceptable, provided there are no impacts on functional driveway and roadway operation. I don't think that can be said. I don't think that there can be said there aren't going to be any implications. I can't imagine any circumstance under which I would approve this proposal or allow it to go forward at this stage without knowing more information about the traffic study. Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, if we were to defer this, that doesn't preclude the developer and the town staff from having further conversation. Mr. Terrace has been sitting here listening to everything that we've had to say. If he hasn't got the picture yet, I invite him to my office. I'll draw it for him. But I think he's clear enough on that so that we're not going to really be losing any time, but we are going to gain the benefit of having a study which will give us further information, not only with respect to this one, but with respect to the one across the street. So I'd like to move that we defer this until we have the traffic study that will provide us with information relative to Gorham Road from Garrison Road south.
I think Councillor Butler did have her hand up before you deferred it. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. My only comment is that I'm worried because 2 years ago we had this very same conversation, if you recall, and yes, It is worse now. And so my question is, will they now look at it and take a serious look and come back with new plans? That's my concern. So I'm okay with deferring it, actually, because then it gives you more time to speak about it. But the timing is what I'd like to know.
There's only one counselor who hasn't spoke on it. Did you? Okay. So there's, all of us have spoke on it, except me, and I can't. So, okay, does someone want to make a motion to defer? Mayor Redekop?
So I did, but the timing, so could we just go back to Mr. Walsh again, just to get an idea as to when he thinks that study might be available?
Mr. Walsh?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm taking a guess that it'll be the end of summer before the study's done.
Okay. Mayor Redekop?
Well, it is a long time, but, you know, this started 2 years ago. We had this public meeting in 2018. So it's 2 years later. And as Councillor Butler has pointed out, we've got a more convoluted proposal than we had 2 years ago. So I'd like to move that we defer it until the completion of that study so that we've got the benefit of that. In the meantime, staff can discuss this further with the developer.
Do we have a time to the first meeting in October or the last?
First meeting in September.
First meeting in September? Mr. Walsh, is that going to, I guess we can change it if it doesn't come back, like we don't have the information then?
That's correct, Madam Chair. I don't have details on a consultant's proposal because we haven't received one.
It will be September the 14th.
Okay, September the 14th. Can we put the requirement that if we have the results of the traffic study? Or, okay, so it's there. Okay, so any questions on the deferral in regards to timing only? Seeing none, all those in favor of to defer the report? All those against? The deferral passes. That brings us to report number PDS 16-2020, proposed bylaw amendment, South Coast Village Phase 3, 015199 Ridgeway Road, roll number, I'm not going to read that. Okay. Moved by Councillor Dubanow. The report's now on the floor for comments and questions. Seeing none, all those in favor of the report? The report carries. That brings us to new business and inquiries and a response to an inquiry by to Councillor McDermott. I wonder if Ms. Dolch, did you want to read that?
So the nature of the inquiry is Councillor McDermott advised that the last year, the Fort Erie Lions Club requested consideration to waive pre-consultation fees for their new apartment building. He requested a memo from staff as to the status. Our response is, on February 18th, 2020, the following was raised under new business. Councillor McDermott advised the status. On September 10, 2018, Council considered a memo prepared by staff outlining the pre-consultation fees associated with official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of condominium, site plan, and consent. The total cost of the town pre-consultation fees were $3,322. At this meeting, Council passed the following resolution: that Council waive any costs incurred by the Fort Erie Lions Club associated with the pre-consultation process in respect to their new apartment building project at 255 High Street. That was carried. It is staff's understanding that the Lions Club is now in a position to submit their pre-consultation and would like confirmation that the new fees for 2020 will be waived. Since 2018, these fees have since increased and are detailed in the chart below. The 2020 fees for pre-consultation are as follows. So the total pre-consultation fees are $3,396. The previous totals in 2018 were $3,322, a difference of $74. The resolution passed by Council in 2018 would waive the new 2020 fees, and no further action is required.
Thank you for that explanation, Councillor McDermott. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Any further inquiries or new business. Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Ms. Dolch, and I apologize for not bringing this up earlier because it got caught at the last minute. But someone had mentioned me today that they had saw in the news that the city of Buffalo had a similar no street parking during the winter policy to allow, or so rather to facilitate snow removal. But they had noted that the city was able to waive that requirement at this time, knowing that our weather is going to be much better headed into April. And I was just wondering, and I don't need an answer now, but perhaps this is something maybe we could look into, perhaps with an inquiry or a report on the feasibility of perhaps doing that, because I don't think, and I could be wrong, I'm not a magician and I'm not a weather forecaster, but considering that the weather we have looks like 50, 60 degree weather over the next 2 weeks, maybe a little colder at the end of this week, it's something residents have brought up to me about waiving that the prohibited parking on the streets when weather improves later in the season, just until April. I'm just wondering if that's something perhaps we could even, consider, look into, or perhaps an answer why it just isn't a good idea.
Ms. Dolch?
Through to the councillor, I'll have to look at the bylaw in more detail, but we will get back to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I would imagine that Mr. Walsh would also want to help you look into it. Any further comments or questions? Mayor Redekop.
Yeah, we received an email, at least I think we all received an email with respect to the prospect of renaming a street in Stevensville in recognition of an individual who's passed on. We have a street naming policy, and we've got a lot of names on the street naming policy that's reflective of people that have lived here, that have contributed to the community in one way or another, and yet we still end up with names of streets that have absolutely nothing to do with our area. I mean, we've all been into the subdivisions. We all know some of the names. They don't make any sense. Quite interestingly, Kettle, which is this subdivision off of Dominion Road, there actually was someone named Kettle that occupied this area around the time of the War of 1812. So I'm not sure that was coincidental or serendipitous, but I would like, I'm wondering if we can't take a look at the street naming policy and maybe become a bit more assertive and say, here's the list of names. These names have significance in Fort Erie. Pick a name as opposed to some of the other names that we have. What would be the process for doing that, Madam Chair? Is that something that's under the aegis of the clerk or Mr. Walsh?
I would think probably Ms.
Or somebody else.
Ms. Nolt.
Due to His Worship, the street naming committee, the street naming policy that we have at this point in time, we do provide that list of street names to developers first, and we indicate they must pick a name from the street naming list. When they approach us and ask if they can do a thematic approach to their subdivision, like Beach Lane or other type of thematics, they do have the ability through that policy to go to the street naming and wayfinding committee or street naming committee to request a change to the street name to one they've suggested.
Perhaps what we could do, Madam Chair, is circulate the street naming policy to members of council, and then if we decide we want to pursue that, I just think that we should be taking a bit more strident approach to this. We've got lots of history and heritage to commemorate, and I think it's a good way for us to do it.
If I can add to that, in this particular instance that you're talking about, the one in Black Creek, even if we all threw all our names and everything else, we would never have anticipated this. I'm not saying in this particular instance, but I think when a new development comes, we should look at the history of that area, not just refer to a generic list of names that we come up with. That perhaps that we look at the history of the new development and then perhaps add some names at that time to our list or specific to that development. Because we could come up with names now that wouldn't fit the historical, wouldn't reflect history for a development that doesn't happen to be on that list.
So just to wrap that up, can we get the street naming policy circulated to members of council?
Yes, that would be a good idea. Ms. Dolch?
Through you to His Worship, yes, we can circulate that and then go from there.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further inquiries? I'm hoping not. Okay, that brings us to business status report. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, Planning and Development Services is now closed, and I'm going to hand the chair back to Mayor Redekop. I'm not turning my button off either. Prove me wrong.
Did you hand the chair back to me, Councillor Noyes? That then takes us to Infrastructure Services, and that will be Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Before we go into the meeting, I have a conflict on our first report, and I'd like to talk on the second one.
Yep,
So I asked if Councillor Zanko could chair the meeting.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you.
I noted that.
Thank you. Infrastructure Services is now in session. Our first report is IS 09-2020. Can I get a mover? Mayor Redekop, are there any comments or questions with regard to this report? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? That report carries. The next report that we have is IS 10-2020. Did you want the chair back, Councillor Lubberts? I thought you said you wanted to speak to it.
Oh, right.
Right. Okay. Sure. Can I get a mover for IS 1010? Councillor Dubanow. And Councillor Lubberts has a comment for this report.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to get some direction from, I was going to ask Mr. Maiden, but he left. But what can we do as a council to move this to the residents? There was no answer as to how we move forward with the engineer. He can't make it. He only has obligations, and so now it's up to us to look at whether we can direct the region to comment on moving the drain.
Mayor Redekop, did you want to comment?
Well, it occurred to me while we were asking questions and hearing comments that the most sense would be for this to be deferred so that the engineer and our drainage superintendent can consult with the region about whether A, they're still intent on proceeding with this petition, B, whether, and they can confirm what the status of reconstruction of Stevensville Road is, because that may very well be the solution. If it's going to be done as a matter of a capital project, and it's going to be done 4 years from now, this has been on the go since 2009. Another 4 years isn't going to make much difference. So I would think the solution would be to defer it for a month to allow that discussion to take place. And in the meantime, there was a discussion about the maintenance, and the engineer suggested that there could be an added provision to the report that if there's any maintenance relative to the culvert, that would be at the expense of the rail company.
We will need a mover to extend our time. Councillor Butler, to 11. Okay, that's it. Should we say 11:15 to be on the safe side? Okay, 11. All those in favor? That carries. I'm sorry, you still have the
As I
floor.
said, I think we should do two things. Number one, amend the report to include the provision that if there's maintenance relative to the culvert under the rail line, that should be the responsibility. The cost should be the responsibility of the railway company. But then defer the report for a month or until April the 6th to allow staff and the engineer to consult the region about the potential for this matter to be resolved by way of a reconstruction of Stevensville Road. That would be my suggestion.
Are you making the motion?
I will, if that'll move things along.
Councillor Noyes wanted to speak to it first.
it makes sense to me that we get something back for the residents.
Councillor Noyes, did you want to speak to it first before?
I wanted to make a comment on that. I think it's very ironic that the petitioner, which is the region, is not responding to the request from the drainage engineer. I think, you know, we have to get, he should have had that information, and not from lack of trying on his part, but I think it may have, and the end result may have differed if he had correspondence with the region and had some input in regards to future plans for Stevensville Road. So I will be in favor of the deferral.
Mayor Redekop, are you going to amend the report and then defer it?
Yeah, I think we should, I think we can add a provision to amend the report to include provision that if there's long-term maintenance with respect to the culvert underneath the rail line, that would be the cost would be the responsibility of CP Rail or whoever owns the rail line.
Okay. Are there any questions with regard to the amendment? All those in favor? That carries. We'll go back to voting on the report as amended. All those in favor?
Oh, no, I want to move to defer it.
Okay. Sorry.
So can I move to defer the report then to April the 6th for the specific purpose of allowing our staff and the engineer to consult with the region relative to the alternative of a storm sewer on
Mr. Walsh is saying 2
Stevensville Road.
months.
2 months?
Yeah, if we could defer it till 2 months. I think the region may have to do a little
Find
more
out
work
who's responsible?
than just a conversation amongst themselves.
Okay.
So I
So-
think 2 months would be appropriate.
So would May the 4th or May the 11th?
May the 4th be with you, Beth.
May the 4th.
Any questions regarding the timing?
This year, right?
Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries. That brings us to new business inquiries. Are there any? Councillor Noyes?
Yes, I just have one about the ATVs, and I think it should fall under this one. And I had a very brief conversation with Mr. Welch. I just wonder what we can do in regards to either accommodating the ATVs or just preventing them from doing the damage that they do. I know there was significant damage in Ridgeway, and there was some problems in Stevensville too, in the mini park. And I know we're having a new park put in the next few months. I don't know whether this is a solvable problem or not, but it's something I think we need some advice. And I did have a phone call from an ATVer saying the problem is they're not allowed anywhere. So I really don't have a solution for this because I don't think they want to ride on the roads. And I don't know where we would direct them to, but again, I don't always have all the answers.
And I'm having a similar problem in the Crescent Park area as well. As a matter of fact, I just sent Mr. Walsh a very similar email this evening. Mr. Walsh, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Butler brought this similar motion or similar idea up maybe a month ago about skidoos on the trail, Friendship Trail during winter. It is a never-ending problem. We have discussed the issue with police, and essentially they've said unless we can catch them in the act, there's nothing they can really do about enforcement. I don't believe it's a high priority for the police. We've looked at blocking access to trails and park entrances and such, and then that creates its own issues with accessibility when you get them too narrow. I think you said it yourselves, we're in a no-win position here, and it's education of the public that they shouldn't be on the roads and they shouldn't be on road allowances and they shouldn't be in parks.
Mr. Walsh, I kind of found it interesting that the police had suggested that residents contact the town. Is there maybe a contact that you could reach out to? I know that it's not high priority, but I'm just not too sure why they would be referring residents to us for solutions when it's really enforcement.
I really don't want to speak for the police.
Okay. I know there's the sergeant that takes part in the traffic coordinating committee. Do you have a contact that you can maybe speak
Well,
with?
we did speak with him last week at Traffic Coordinating Committee, and that was his response in that unless we catch them in the act, which to me means on a nice snowy day, they sit at one end of the trail and wait for them to come out. But as I mentioned, his words, they're not a high priority right now.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
My only concern, and again, I don't have the solution, but, and I don't know how many ATVers are out there. Is there any way that we can determine is there a need that we're not meeting? I just don't know. If we gave them some place to ride, how they would get there, so whether we'd just be exacerbating, making the problem worse, I don't know. But this gentleman, I think he was speaking for himself and a number of other people. He says we're licensed, we have insurance, we wear our helmets, and there's no place for us to go. So, yeah, I don't know how to move this forward, or whether we should just say we're sorry. This town just isn't. This town just can't accommodate that.
Anything further? I feel your pain. I understand what you're saying. I don't know the answer either. Any other items of new business? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, just to comment on Councillor Noyes' concern, and I'm just wondering if Mr. Walsh can speak to the police again. If we enter highways, there's cameras, take a picture of your license plate. If you're speeding, they can get a picture of your car and they can send you a speeding ticket even though they didn't pull you over. So I'm wondering if we had some kind of camera system. We have webcams everywhere. They're easily accessible. And will that work if we had a webcam in certain areas? Whereas if you your picture was shown, they don't have to be there, and if it works on the highways for speeding and for using the highway, why wouldn't it work on off-road? And I'm just wondering if Mr. Walsh can inquire about that.
Mr. Walsh?
I can inquire to the police. I know the region's transportation division of Public Works is setting up a Project Zero, that's their name, traffic enforcement, which involves red light and speeding radar, photo radar. But as whether it would work on ATVs, I have my doubts. First of all, I don't think many of them have actual license plates on their machines. Unless you've got facial recognition, I don't know. It seems a lot of work to implement. I'm not saying no, but I'm certainly not saying yes.
Councillor Lubberts?
Well, it's all right. I just thought good to inquire, at least get the answer.
Any other items? That takes us to the business status report. Or where are we? Yeah, business status report. Are there any questions regarding the report? Seeing none, I'll hand the chair back to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zanko. That takes us to Corporate and Community Services. Councillor Dubanow?
Yes, Your Worship, and I'm going to do this like Chris Farley on SNL back in the 90s. Corporate and Community Services is now in session. We have one report on the agenda, CAO-08-2020/LC-02/2020, Land Matters, February 27th, 2020, Land Committee meeting minutes. I have Councillor Noyes moving that. Any questions, comments from council? I see none. Fantastic. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? None opposed. That carries. Any new business inquiries? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for our town clerk, and I'm wondering through you, Mr. Chair, if Ms. Schofield could tell us what the protocol is for councillors when they have declared a conflict of interest during an open session.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, once they declare the conflict of interest, they're not allowed to participate in the meeting. They can't vote or otherwise influence the meeting. They do not have to leave the chambers. In closed session, they would have to leave the meeting.
Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the 5 years that I've been in office, I don't recall that there has ever been any discussion with respect to leaving the council chambers. And I'm wondering if Ms. Schofield can confirm that.
I'm not aware of any discussion on that either.
And the reason I'm asking these questions is because I think it may be good practice that we change the way we handle the conflicts of interest during open council to be the same practice as in closed sessions where you leave the room because there is nothing to be gained by staying. And it seems to me that it might be a good practice that would offer a reasonable level of privacy for everyone and that would ultimately protect councillors as well. So, Mr. Chair, I was wondering if we could waive the rules of procedure this evening so that I can bring this motion forward tonight and deal with it tonight.
You really want to? I mean, if you're going to put it on the floor, if you want to put it to a vote and you're going to ask, I mean, certainly you're entitled to do that. And in that case, I'm going to ask for a mover for, I think you know what I'm going to ask. Anyone willing to move, Mayor Redekop?
Till 11:05.
11:05? All right. So we're going to, so I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? About extending curfew, 11:05. All right, sounds good. So that's carries. So I guess at this point now we call the question onto waiving the rules of procedure, if I'm thinking correctly. So I will call that. All those in favor? Against? So that carries. All right, Councillor Butler.
Thank you. I'd like to move a motion that would be to amend bylaw number 36-2016 municipal conflict of interest to add to section 7.1G that council members who declare a conflict of interest shall remove themselves from council chambers before discussions begin on the conflict of interest topic and shall return when the discussion on the topic of interest is completed.
Madam Clerk?
If I may clarify one thing, the amendment is to the rules of procedure and not the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act.
Now, Madam Clerk, just another clarification. Does Councillor Butler need a seconder for that because it's a motion? It's in committee?
We're still in committee, yes.
Okay. All right, so Councillor Butler's motion is on the floor. Any comments or questions from council? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. The only reason I didn't vote to waive the rules simply is I haven't really had a chance to get my head around it. I'm just thinking about tonight, how many people had a conflict of interest. Councillor Lubberts had a conflict of interest, so he'd have to go, come back, and go again. The mayor had a few conflicts. Would have. Did you have a conflict?
It was me.
Councillor Dubanow had a few conflicts, so he would have to go. Someone would have to get him and come back. I understand where you're coming from in certain issues, and I think certain things might adhere to it more. And I don't know how you can say, well, some yes and some no. I don't think, that's why I would encourage that it be left up to the councillor if they think it's a very intense or very involved discussion that's going to happen, that they remove themselves. They always have the option of doing that. And that they use their own discretion to say, okay, if I stay in the room, might not be a good idea for me to stay in the room because you do have the freedom to leave. But for instance, tonight, I don't think there'd be a reason for Councillor Lubberts to leave or for Councillor Dubanow to leave as we discuss those two reports. So that's my thought on it.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. Councillor Zanko and then Councillor Lubberts.
The only concern I have is consistency. Residents don't know whether councillors are supposed to leave the room or if it's up to their discretion. And I think that's maybe sometimes an issue. Residents feel like a councillor should have left the room when they just don't know that it is at the councillor's discretion. So I think that's where Councillor Butler might be getting at, just to create some consistency. So there's, no question of integrity, I would say. I'm happy to support that if you think that's going to make a difference to make our council meetings more I agree with Councillor Noyes. I don't necessarily think they'll be run more efficiently, but I think they will be more consistent.
I'll go to Councillor Lubberts first and then his worship.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question to the clerk, Ms. Schofield, what does the Conflict of Interest Act say about leaving the room or staying?
Madam Clerk?
It doesn't, it's the Municipal Act. No, I'm sorry, you're right. It is the Conflict of Interest Act, and it does say in closed session, they must leave the room. It says nothing about open session.
So, Madam Clerk, just to clarify, we would be creating our own policy above and beyond what the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires?
That's correct, and you could do that if you wish.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Your worship?
Yeah, so I'm a little puzzled as to why this has come forward. We have a Municipal Conflict of Interest Act which obligates us as individuals to declare if we have a pecuniary interest. It's not up to me to say whether any of you has a pecuniary interest. It's up to you. It's true that we can establish rules that go above and beyond provincial legislation. We do it specifically for Planning Act notifications, where we have expanded who's entitled to notice and to make sure that people who are going to be affected are aware of it. If the issue is that the public may not understand why a councillor who declares a pecuniary interest doesn't leave the bench here, because they don't have to, but I think that is a good practice. I think that makes sense, and that's something that Councillor Butler has persuaded me I should more regularly pursue, because it does take us away from the horseshoe here. I guess sitting down there, I could still be influencing you, although I'd be surprised if I influence you more down there than I do up here, because it hardly ever happens. So I guess one of the things that I'm thinking I could do, if it's a concern about the people in the audience who don't appreciate what our obligations are, if there's a meeting where there are pecuniary interests that are declared, I wouldn't mind saying to the public, okay, just so that you're aware, this is the situation with respect to declarations of pecuniary interest. And I think that we have a good practice where we leave this horseshoe and go and sit down there. If a councillor feels, as Councillor Noyes has said, that it's a very contentious issue and one where, maybe we should absent ourselves from the room, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, because that's up to us, just like declaring the pecuniary interest. So we could leave the room, but I don't really relish a night where we've got 3 or 4 conflicts declared and we're going back and forth and we're holding it up. I mean, tonight it would have been some additional time. It's 11:04 right now. This is not, obviously, as we all know, not the record. That was 12:02. But
thank you for reminding us, Your Worship.
So I'm sympathetic to the need, perhaps, for the clarity to the residents or the people who are in the audience to know what it is that we have an obligation to do or not do. But I really don't think it's appropriate for us to have to leave the room. I don't think I'm going to support this, but I do offer, if it's not passed, the clarity in future meetings if the issue arises, and the public, I think, should be aware of what our obligations are.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could just ask for clarification. Actually, does someone want to move a 2-minute? Okay, 2, 3, 4 minutes, however much. 5? Okay, so 11:10. All those in favor? All right, so that carries. Just for a point of clarification, Councillor Butler, are you asking that as part of this, a councillor would remove themselves from the room or just remove themselves from the horseshoe? Okay. All right. Any other members of council have any questions, comments? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Guess that comes to me. I'm going to vote in favor. All right. Any other new business inquiries? Yes. Any other new business inquiries? All right, seeing none. Questions about the business status report? None? Okay, so in that case, I'll hand the chair back to his worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Scheduling of meetings?
That's a real good question.
None? Then motion to adjourn. Councillor McDermott. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried.